Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady poppin' Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소식껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 뉴욕 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.
Alright everyone, welcome to Legend Sparring Invitational, our 8th edition. Legend Sparring Invitational, our 8th edition, happening live at Legends Tampines at Yoha Commercial Tampines. So, very first bout, in the red corner, representing Karei's Boxing School, we have Jason. And in the blue corner, representing Evolve MMA, we have Yiming. Yiming in the blue, and already getting right to it. Jason looking a little flustered by the initial onslaught. Should get off the ropes, try and create distance. Quick interjection from the referee, not weave too low as per amateur rules. Jason is punching back, but this is not his range. This is not his preferred face. So you should kind of not do that. As Yiming, you see, look, Yiming just throwing medium punches, not too much effort, but just sort of swarming and not letting Jason get his game off. Now you see, guys, the issue with Jason is that by trying to create space, he keeps backing off, so he keeps going back to the ropes again. Like you try to create space, but by doing that, you back off, end up in the same spot that you were. Good job to sort of, turn Yiming away. Yeah, this is Yiming's fight so far. Just punching again. Not super powerful, just enough to disrupt Jason, not let him get his own punches off. Yeah, I'm gonna get A counter. Now if you look at Yiming, he's not breathing super hard because he's not trying super hard. It's a calm, measured pace. So as you can see, Yiming's style is a bit of a swammer. You see Jason is trying to defend with like head movement. The problem with head movement is that to move your head like this, your feet need to stand still. So you kind of are not solving the overall problem, which is, you don't have space, you keep getting backed up to the ropes, to the corner. See, we're in the corner again. That's the move. Yeah. Probably gonna get 8 counter again. Okay, now Jason's in the center. Let's see what he does. But you see, by backing up and trying to create space, again your back is to the ropes. So you see, back to square one. Getting hit with a lot of clean shots. I kind of wish he would just sort of, try and catch these shots with his arms before countering. Doing a good job of finding those little individual spots. But you see Yiming marching forward. Good round from Yiming. You can sort of see what he's trying to do, what his game plan is. Basically just 60-70% punches, go. Not sure if it's super visible on the stream, guys, but you can see Jason sort of being way more tired. So that's the paradox, right? You want to create distance, but from a swammer, but by creating distance, then you back yourself up to the ropes again. In terms of what he should do is basically sort of you create distance by standing your ground and punching, not by backing off. Like if somebody is coming towards you with these 60-70% punches, stand your ground, catch, punch back, catch, punch back. You see? By backing off again to the ropes. So all Yiming has to do is march forward. And you see? Now Jason's on the ropes again. A bit of holes in Yiming's defense though. Like you see, sometimes when he's when in those small moments that Jason is able to find space, then he is catching Yiming with punches. See, we have that issue again. Back off to create space. Back is against the ropes again. So that's our paradox that we got to solve. I quite like how sort of Yiming is sort of shifting into some of these combinations. He'll sort of take a southpaw step when he chose his left hand. And you see, by backing off, by trying to create space, sorry if I sound like a hack, but you see Jason in the corner again. Try and create space on the ropes again. You gotta stand and punch when you're faced with a guy like this. It's also a bit of an over-reliance on head movement. You notice he'll sort of dip to his left and then right, or right-left. So he'll siam the first 2 punches and then get hit in the 3rd and 4th. Again, you see. He's been getting a little bit careless with the offense, but you can tell that it's not bothering him. Caught a body shot on the elbow, but you see it's a good idea from Jason to sort of clinch and then turn. Now you see, now he's got to stand here and punch. If not, you see, back to the ropes again. I think at this level, a lot of people think it's sort of cool to fight off the ropes because you see some people doing it. My advice is Don't do that. Don't let anything touch your back. Yeah, I'm gonna get A counted. At this point, Jason's just resting. You see, even he's feeling the pace, but he's still, pretty comfortable with his gas tank. Just throwing 60-70% again and again. You see, to avoid a single jab from Yiming, Jason takes 2 big steps back. Now his back is touching the ropes again. Yeah, kind of losing all the steam in his shots already. Dropped more out, went down more out of fatigue, sheer fatigue than anything else. Yeah, I think he's done. Well, we're going into round 3. Once again, chat, as we go on, tell your friends to start watching, and then drop your comments in the chat, and I'll speak to them when I can. Alright, and we are done. Yeah, can kind of see it at the end of the second round. Jason kind of didn't really have anything left. Gonna be a little bit disappointed with his performance, I suppose, because didn't really manage to get anything off. I think the main lesson we can learn from here is that when you want to create space to punch, don't try so hard to create space that you end up backing yourself onto the ropes. Because against a swammer, against somebody who likes to chase you, that's exactly the game he wants to play. Alright, and we're back for round 2. In the red corner, representing Legends, we have Theresa. And in the blue corner, representing Storm Athletic Club, we have Kauri. Okay, so as again, we've seen this before quite a few times, and I always like to mention, in the Southpaw Orthodox battle, the common trope is that, it's who gets the lead foot on the outside, and it's a battle of the crosses. It's sometimes true, it's not always true. I would say in general it depends on who's deliberately getting their foot either on the inside or outside. Like you can deliberately put your foot inside because it puts your shoulder closer to the opponent's jaw. That opens up your jab. Whereas stepping outside puts your cross closer and it also puts you in a better position to land your lead hook. In general, the lead hook is one of the best weapons in a Southpaw Orthodox matchup because the opponent's lead hand and shoulder is obscuring the angle. It's also easier to reach them with it because they're nearer. Nice 1-2. Right. One of the things you typically also see, very good from Kauri. Got a bit of a size advantage for Theresa, it looks like. But more importantly than that, she's kind of like just finding her range for these shots already. I quite like the combination punching from her as well. Like you notice she's not throwing every punch super hard, she'll tap with her jab, then up hook straight. Tap tap with a jab, then straight hook straight. One of the things I really like from Kauri actually is that she is using her jab. A lot of times in a southpaw orthodox matchup, people tend not to use their jabs because the opponent's lead hand is in the way. It's not that you shouldn't jab, or it's not that the cross is more important. The jab is still the jab. You just want to take an angle for it first, or clear the lead hand first. Bit of a pause here. We got to adjust Theresa's headgear. I think it was kind of coming downwards, so it was obscuring her eyes from the top. Oh, Adi says, what's up? Hey, what's up, Adi? So sorry to hear that you won't be able to perform today. Alright, so far Kauri seems to be getting the better of it. Although it's a pretty good combination from Theresa. Body hit. Again, let's see who get... You notice, right? Kauri is leading with her lead hand. See that left hook just lands nicely over the top. Easy, simple one. Watch for the lead hook from Kauri. You notice it's landing a lot. She's using her lead hand to set up, whereas Theresa is not. Pretty good snap on the punches from Kauri as well. I'm quite impressed. If you guys see, like I mentioned, a lot of her shots are not super powerful. Kind of just, again, throwing 60-70%. That sort of makes it easier for her to just throw, without guessing out while staying balanced. A lot of the times, by trying to throw really hard, that's when you put yourself out of balance. That's when you make yourself tired. It doesn't need the stool. Pretty good pace that she's setting. Quite a big, I would say, length and size advantage also from Theresa. I would like to see her sort of jab her way in a little bit. One of the things is that Kauri is a little bit planted, so and her stance is a little bit wide, so that will probably make it easier for Theresa to sort of get around her, circle on the outside. In theory, that's a good idea. We'll see if she does it. Alright, again, watch the lead hand battle. See who gets their jab off. You see, once Theresa starts jabbing a little bit, it finds a little bit of success already. Just jab the hand from on top, and throw your cross at the bottom. Quite like Kauri's use of her lead hook. A long looping shot, just thrown over the opponent's lead hand. Very nice, like double rear hand, and you see again the hook comes over the top with no warning. Oh, very nice combination from Kauri. Short, simple shot, like low effort shots, not the hardest shots in the world. So she's just using them to set up the actual big punches. Again, when you're punching a combination like this, not every shot can be 100%, nor should they be. Theresa's balance is suffering a little bit also. When she throws her rear hand, then she sort of squares up her stance. Like her body is moving upwards instead of forward. That's one of the issues sometimes when you sort of try to push from your back foot. Like you sort of end up, your right foot goes up in the air, and you tend to go upwards instead of forward. So you're kind of sending the momentum the wrong direction. Very nice. You see from Kauri? Body hook, head hook. Southpaw orthodox matchup, the lead hook is always a great weapon because the target is closer and your hand is harder to see. One of the other added advantages is that it can sort of clear the guard for your rear straight. So you look at her feet. Theresa's feet balance is suffering every time Kauri comes forward. She sort of steps into. See, she's squaring up like this, and kind of not in her stance already. Yeah, gonna get 8 counted. 30 seconds left on the clock. A lot of unanswered shots. Yeah, and we're stopping it. The first 2 matches so far have been a pretty good example of dominance through volume. I think that's a good lesson for everybody. I mean, that's not the only way to fight. It's also not always the best way to fight. But I think it illustrates the benefits of not selling out on every single shot. About not caring too much about power. Just focus on the volume, balance. These things, especially at this level, sort of will win you a lot of fights. Alright, as we go into our third bout of our scheduled 21 bouts today. Now, bout 3 in the red corner is Irfan from G&M Fight Camp. And in the blue corner is Mercury representing Legends Fight Sport. Once again, Irfan in the red corner, Mercury in the blue corner. Again, now that we've seen how the first 2 bouts have played out, let's see how the third one plays out in terms of their style, who is trying to do what. Alright, nice combination from Irfan, body, and then hit. Almost a bit of a triple jab from Mercury. I think Irfan has a sort of definite speed, explosive advantage. He'll just have to make sure that he doesn't explode so often that makes himself tired. That's one of the things about explosive guys sometimes, that they kind of lean onto it a little bit too much, like Michael Chandler style. Then you sort of burn yourself up for no reason. I like a bit of the active lead hand from Mercury, though I wish he would sit down and punch us a little bit more. Oh, very nice. Good sort of lead hook. You see, the lead hand is super active, and then it sort of pulls Irfan's defense forward so that the hook can come around. Nice long, simple lead hook. Irfan lands a good lead hook on his own. We have a naked lead uppercut thrown from too far away. I really like Mercury's active lead hand. It's helping to set up other stuff. Like the technique on the rear hand is not super great, but Irfan's kind of now looking for that long lead hook from Mercury so he can counter with his right hand. Quite good lead hand work from Mercury actually. I'm quite. I'm going to stay in the fight. Nice combination from Irfan. Jab to the head, straight to the body, then hook back upstairs. Simple combination. 1, 2, 3 is a really good combination. All you need to do is just sort of mix up stuff like that. Sometimes high, sometimes low. That was not really good from Mercury. Sort of like dipping down while you're in range. When you are in range, you should try either punch or get out of there. Sort of staying in range and moving your head is usually not a good idea. Head movement, in general, head movement should be seen as a third or fourth line of defense. It shouldn't be the first line of defense. First, you want to stay out of range. If you have to be in range, try and catch shots. Sort of, if you can't catch it, then moving your head is sort of the last resort. It shouldn't be your first line of defense. It looks cool, but it's not the best. Shouldn't be your first choice. The southpaw switch for Irfan. As mentioned earlier in the previous bout, in a southpaw orthodox matchup, that's when your lead hook sort of opens up. That's something maybe Mercury can go to if Irfan stays in southpaw for the next round. Alright, round 2. Red corner, Irfan from G&M Fight Camp. Blue corner, Mercury from Legends Fight Sport. Irfan abandoning the previous southpaw switch. Landing quite a lot though. Mercury is not using reach as well as it could be used. The lead handwork is still effective. Yeah, especially like that. See, because the jab is active, that's why that right hand landed. Just like to see a bit more rhythmic mix up. I felt that body shot from where I'm sitting. That's the thing about like dipping forward with a high guard. If you have a high guard when you dip forward, that opens your body a lot more. In general, if you have to sit with a high guard, you want to put your weight on the back foot and sort of lean back so your elbows cover your torso. Like if you sort of lift them up as a shield, right, and you put your weight on your front foot and you lean forward, that opens up your whole body. Irfan back to the southpaw switch. I think he's trying to target the body now that he knows. Lead hand still working for Mercury, but it's getting a little bit predictable. Would be nice to see a bit more angle changes or timing changes to keep setting that up. When something it stops working or gets countered a little bit, you don't want to abandon it entirely, just switch it up. Instead of jabbing straight forward, you can just cut a little small angle before you jab. Set it up with a couple of feints first. Irfan's finding his rhythm now, sort of just walking Mercury down, looking for his counter shots. Bit of a quick warning for a kidney punch. You see when Mercury comes in with that jab, going in too close. What you want to do is land your jab at the edge just like that and then sort of don't come in further so you don't get exposed to the counter punching. I like to see Mercury when she retreats like that to sort of hold put your hands up also. When you're skipping away sideways, that's when you don't want to get caught by like a sort of looping shot. Oh, very nice from Irfan. See, he's sort of like recognizing Mercury's probing jab and then just throwing his counter over the top. One of the things about posting or throwing a sort of pushing jab like that is that you're inviting a right hand counter. So you can use that, but you don't want to sort of leave it there. Sometimes a lot of long fighters, they like to post, but you shouldn't just keep defaulting to it, John Jones style, because people will throw something over the top. Alright, round 3. Again, red corner Irfan from G&M Fight Camp, blue corner Mercury representing Legends Fight Sport. Good idea from Mercury to start taking a few more angles, although a bit slow on that one, sort of drifted into the power hand. In a normal orthodox versus matchup, if you want to circle to your left towards the power hand, what you want to do is make sure that you're out of range when you're circling, so that you don't circle into there. Some schools, sometimes when you hear people say like, "Oh, don't circle towards the power hand," you can, but you just gotta make sure you're out of range. In boxing, there's very few absolute rules. You just gotta make sure that the reason why those things are bad don't exist anymore, and then you can do that thing. So in this case, you can circle towards the power hand if you want, as long as you're out of range. Because when you're out of range, obviously, none of those things apply. Oh, good series of shots from Irfan. Could be unanswered shots. I think Mercury will get A counted soon. I quite like Irfan's, quite organic shot selection. Rather than throw a predetermined combo, he's sort of just seeing what's opening and then throwing there. He's quite planted also, so it's easy to throw the shots with power. The thing about power is that it comes from balance and setting your feet. So when people ask, when some of you may wonder, oh, how do I punch harder? How do I punch harder? It's not about doing bicep curls and throwing your hook as hard as you can. It's about staying balanced. If you stay balanced and punch properly, most people can throw really hard shots. Still quite good active lead hand from Mercury. I think that's the best spark for in this fight. Oh, good sort of, you see, set up from Irfan. Sort of just tap with his jab and then right hand over the top. Yeah, Irfan's really just finding his rhythm now. I like his body head combinations as well. Not a lot of variance on them, but you don't need to. The thing about body head combinations is that even if they are kind of predictable, they are predictable to you throwing them. Like you can throw your right to the body, your left to the head, and you might think, oh, that's I'm doing that too much. I need to switch it up. But to an opponent on the receiving end, it's not always as obvious as it seems. So you can kind of default to stuff like that. Big comeback from Mercury, trapping Irfan in the corner, beating him up a little bit. Irfan wise to sort of clinch and just try and turn. I think Irfan might be a little bit gassed from throwing all those power shots. Lands a big one after that. Good composure and technique from Irfan. Good lead hand work from Mercury, and also that spirited comeback towards the final few seconds of the bout. And finally, I have some help and am joined here by Legends Fight Sport coach and former national boxer Kai. Kai, how are you, my friend?
I am good, sir. Thanks for having me. How the fight so far, man?
Oh, everything has been pretty good. Up next, we have one of your students.
Keane in the red corner.
Bout 4 of Legends Sparring Invitational, 8 out of our 21 today. In the red corner, we have Keane representing Legends Fight Sport, and in the blue corner, representing Evolve MMA, we have Hiroshi Ishida. This is Keane's second consecutive Legends Invitational sparring.
Here we go.
Okay. Southpaw Orthodox matchup.
Yeah.
What were some of the things that you were doing to prepare Keane for this, Kai?
Just to punch more overall. Yeah, he's a bit passive. It seems like sometimes he waits, until he gets hit before he replies. So yeah, for him to get going first. We'll see if he can apply that.
Yeah. Ishida seems to want to explode into these shots while staying at distance, using his head movement to sort of feint his way in.
You can see he's really experienced as well. Biding his time, checking his distance for his crosses.
Yeah, letting the cross to the body a lot.
Yeah.
Letting a lot of real hand shots to the body. You see, because Keane is not answering or defending that, but he's just doing it again and again. I like to see Keane sort of like catch that shot first and then counter, because Ishida is really planted when he throws that shot, so it's with a really wide stance, so it'll be difficult for him to retreat with that. So what you want to do is catch it and then you see counter.
Yeah, agreed. It's also dangerous what Ishida is doing. He's doing the same thing repeatedly again and again. Keane doesn't capitalize on that. But now he's going to change levels. Now he's going upstairs, you can see.
Keane kind of seems like he's probing with his shots, but he's not really committing to them.
Yeah.
You see, even that right hand is kind of like just throwing it for the sake of throwing.
Yeah. got to throw.
Yeah.
He's got to start throwing.
Like even if all the shots are blocked, he at least has to get Ishida off this rhythm.
Yeah.
Now Ishida is just taking his time to pick his shots. Like if you give someone time to pick his shots, you won't be able to catch everything.
Yeah, just a matter of time before it lands.
You see, Ishida is sort of just comfortably planning what to do, and Chicken is not making him worry about his own punches.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you see, when they're within range like this, Chicken should just punch back. See, Ishida is kind of just having his way.
A little one-sided now.
And because Chicken is not making him work, Ishida can probably keep this up for 3 rounds.
Possibly more.
Quite a nice fade away lead hook from Ishida. In Southpaw Orthodox matchup, the lead hook is a really important weapon.
Yeah.
Because your opponent's own lead hand blocks that move.
Correct. Here we go. Chicken just needs to throw more,
Yep. At this point, just anything to sort of just not let Ishida plan and do fight his own fight.
Yeah, be brave. If he doesn't throw, I don't see the point of carrying on.
It's probably the first shot Chicken landed from here. Again, a nice lead hook.
I think that's the first shot this year. Let's go, Chicken.
See, he's sort of touch, finding his range with his lead hand, right? Now is the time to throw the right hand.
Yeah.
Throw below, throw on top, follow up with lead hook. One of the things that frustrates me a little bit about watching Chicken fight is that he can clearly punch, he's just not doing it.
I think that was the major issue we realized from his previous fight, and we were trying so many ways, to get Chicken to punch after that.
Okay, that was heartening. At least initiates a combo. You see, basically all the exchanges are started by Ishida, so he can plan what he wants to do. He can, like when he's tired, he can rest, right?
Correct.
Like Chicken will not disturb him when he's resting.
His pace. Straight punches, man, Chicken. Straight punches.
A lot of Ishida's shots are like very slapping in the inside of the glove.
Yeah.
Like borderline not allowed in amateurs.
Agreed. And loopy. So to counter that, you throw straight punches, Things travel faster in a straight line. Oh, good step in there.
Yeah. Nice step in and then fade away.
Oh, good counter upper.
Yeah. Chicken is also sort of naturally circling to his left, so he's actually
Doing the right thing.
He's actually getting the outside angle. It's just
Yeah.
you see, the head movement is kind of making Chicken hesitate. Sometimes people hesitate when they see the opponent moving their head like this. I would say what you do is, if they are moving their head like this, their body and their legs are super stationary, just thumb them in the body hard.
Yes.
So a nice shot counter uppercut from Chicken. To the chat, it feels like we're focusing on Chicken a little bit too much, but because that's the reason why this fight is happening the way it is.
Yeah.
Basically, Ishida can do whatever he wants without worrying about anything.
the last plot I can think of is Chicken is saving for the third round.
Yeah, let's hope.
Hopefully. Chicken, if you're watching this tomorrow.
And you see, right, because
I say it with love.
You see, because Ishida's style is so explosive. I mean, I'm not sure if you can tell from the stream, but he's actually pretty winded.
Yeah.
Like a couple of hard shots can just throw his game sort of off of this. You notice Ishida's style is very like burst and then rest, burst and then rest, like 0 to 100, 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Against somebody like this, when they are resting, you want to press them, punish them. You can throw 5 punches on their guard and they block everything. It doesn't matter. It still works.
Agreed. Forward, Chicken, forward.
Okay, Chicken's throwing a little bit now. You see, Ishida is a little bit more hands up and trying to hands up and trying to defend.
Forward, Chicken, forward.
Chicken's corner is loud, man.
Yeah.
One two from Ishida. Chicken's actually like probably unconsciously like keeping the outside angle. Actually, a lot of shots are open for him. See, when the exchanges are long, he's at least trying to punch back.
Yeah. Good jab.
No, he's eating a lot. He's eating those body shots like a champ. There's like 20 of them. I was gonna say Chicken needs to punch with more intent, whereas Ishida is punching with a lot of intent, 120% intent.
Agreed. That's a good one.
Yeah. Chicken's hands are up, but his guard is not solid, so the punches keep going through. See, the hands are up, right, but he's not catching the shots on the guard. See, because he doesn't punch back, Ishida can just pick his shots, rest when he wants. Now when Ishida is resting, so Chicken should push.
Exactly, yeah.
Sometimes also it's a matter of, you know, just you cannot accept that the opponent is better. You must have a little bit of disdain for the person.
Yes, yeah.
Like you must tell yourself, I'm definitely better, I'm gonna do it.
At least reveal something about him, you know?
Yep. Ishida really selling out those shots.
Yeah.
I like that nice shift into orthodox.
Oh. It's some Inoue aggression right there. Chicken needs to start listening to death metal, stop meditating. He needs to listen to hardcore, no more classical, no more pop, top 40s. Yeah. He's skipping.
Like in the gym, when Naeem lets him, he always plays AC/DC. Time to switch to Cannibal Corpse.
Something harder.
Alright, up next in Bout 5 of Legends Sparring Invitational 8th edition happening at Legends Tampines. In the red corner we have Muhammad Hazik from GNM Fight Camp, and in the blue we have Matthew from Elite Coach.
GNM Fight Camp.
I've not heard of that one before actually.
Neither have I.
I'm not sure what GNM stands for. Alright. Elite Elite coach has always been participating in the Sparring Invitational. Always good fights from them. Let's see how this one turns out.
Philly Shell.
Yeah. And again, we have Southpaw Orthodox matchup. So again, let's see who can get the elite hook going. See who can get their outside or inside angle, depending on what their style is.
Ooh.
Already a sort of commitment to the body shots from Matthew. Hazik playing a dangerous game of stretching out the lead hand like this while he's in range. If you want to do that, you better be ready to catch an incoming shot. Hazik looking very tense, heavy on the front foot.
First round nerves.
I'd like to see him sort of use his rear hand to sort of get ready to parry some incoming shots.
Yeah.
By reaching out with your lead hand like this, that means it's not available for defense. So your rear hand got to get ready to catch something. Both fighters having a little bit of issue, like sort of finding their range. A bit of a sloppy burst from Matthew.
Yeah.
That's how he closed the distance.
He chose with intent though. Hard puncher is Matthew. So far from the exchanges, I know Matthew can step back twice and then he will stay. Hazik needs to go in with a few punches, moving forward.
Yeah, just push him back with his jab.
Yeah. I don't think Matthew has a plan for fighting on the back foot, backwards.
Yeah, when he goes back, he sort of skips back and spoils his stance.
Yeah.
So when somebody does that, you want to use your jab to push them backwards, make them, let them make themselves tired with their bad footwork.
Yep. He's a bit flat-footed as well. So he wants to throw with power now. There you go, boom. Always that rear uppercut after that jab.
He's kind of falling into his punch as well, so you see he gets countered.
Yep. Oh, Ridwan got trapped there. Yeah.
Oh no, trying to prevent a $1 million baby situation.
True. Oh my god. That was a sad scene, man. I cried. Hazik needs to weather the storm, and then when Matthew is resting, go for it.
Yeah. It's gonna be a bit difficult for Hazik to push forward because he's so front foot heavy.
Yeah.
Like when your weight is on your front foot, it's hard to go forward because you need to pick your weight up and then go forward again.
Correct. Yes.
They are both hand fighting a lot with the lead hand, but they're not jabbing enough, so they both find it hard to close the distance. So the only time they try to close the distance is when they sort of burst forward and it spoils their stance.
Correct, yeah. I think it's gonna be a battle of stamina. Who can last, who want it more. Have you heard that Tang is gonna fight Garcia?
Yes, they are.
Finally.
I mean, things have been better for boxing in general for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
For the past 3 or 4 years before that, like nobody was fighting anybody.
Exactly. I hate that.
Yeah.
But it is the game now.
Alright, round 2. Quick reminder, Muhammad Hazik in the red corner and Matthew in the blue corner. Both fighters have showed a bit of issue with closing the distance, so let's see who can sort of get that off.
Straight cross, straight.
Yep. Step in with your lead leg with a straight and then hook over the top.
Straight, yes.
Bit of holding and hitting from both. Yeah. Still quite a lot of the nerves.
Uppercut. The third southpaw we have today, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
So you see when Hazik is able to push Matthew back, then Matthew's balance suffers a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
go. Yes.
Kind of a sloppy entry also, you see. One of the tricks in fighting like this is, besides just sort of thumping at your opponent's stomach while in close range, what you can do is to jam your head where their jaw is, and then you remove your head and then you punch over there where your head used to be. So that's a guaranteed uppercut land.
Yeah.
Matthew seems to be a bit more comfortable when fighting inside, doing more combinations. Very wide, like haymaker.
Yes. Fighting with his emotions. There you go.
Ran with him with his back.
Yeah. Made him switch to orthodox and throw a hook from the back, bro. It's some high level shit.
I think that last exchange just sort of gassed out both guys already.
Yes.
Kind of just. Hazik actually looked towards the door to see who's coming in.
That's fight composure there.
One of my favorite stories is how during a fight GSP took a few seconds while on top control to look at Cindy Crawford because she was in the front row with her husband. Oh, Hazik switched to southpaw. Oh, wait, no, now we're back.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
There, this is the storm he needs to weather. Every time Matthew get hit, he will reply. Good. Here we go.
See, when Matthew goes backwards, suddenly his stance is weak spot. He's standing square.
Yeah. There's one more round.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Probably whoever cardio is best will win the third one. They're both looking really tired.
Exhausted. Both coaches using their experience to get a bit more time for their boxers.
Yep. Two pretty experienced coaches. Notice when Hazik gets hit, he sort of skips backwards. Nice hand shot.
Yeah.
Kind of wobble.
Yeah.
As you see, when Matthew gets hit, then he sort of just swings like this.
Yes. Woke up a sleeping bear.
Actually doing a pretty good job of sort of replying after Matthew sells out on a shot.
That's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to score some points, weather the storm,
and then go again when the person is resting.
Yeah.
See, he's sort of now he's finally able to sort of push Matthew back. Although it's probably also a function of Matthew being really tired.
Agreed.
See, when he pushes him backwards, right, then his footwork is a lot worse. Kind of like just sort of steps into square.
Straight-legged also, Matthew, his lead leg.
Yeah, he's like hyper-extending his lead leg.
Yeah. I like the aggression though. Oh!
That's
Nice overhand there by Matt. Oh, good left hook. There you go, he's back. He's back.
Quite prescient to go to the body as well.
Yeah.
Matthew's a fighter. He's really tired, but he responds when he gets hit.
Good jab. Come on.
When Hazik threw a rear shot, his rear leg was high off the floor. Whoa. Really sold out on that shot.
Nice body shot.
Yeah.
Here comes the bear again. Come on, Matthew. Saw that from Jurong, bro.
Anyway, Tampines, so it's pretty far.
Good timing.
Both both corners really going at it. I can hardly hear myself.
Oh, good jab. Come on. Sometimes when you're tired like this, it's just a battle of jabs, you know.
Yep.
Keep it simple.
The least amount of energy needed. Just
Yeah.
keep pushing it in their face, pushing it in their face.
Don't think power, think speed.
Yeah, both guys really falling into their shots already.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, there you go. Oh, look at your opponent. Yes. Oh my God. Well done. Well done, this team. Really even matchup.
Yep.
Really nice to see that.
I think it was a good matchmaking also, how they were both Hazik's left his glove in the middle of the ring. Okay, he's got it.
Literally leaving something of him in the ring.
But I think it's a good experience builder for both guys. And I think it's pretty good matchmaking from Rit 1 as well.
Yeah, even.
Yeah, they both seem about as good as each other.
He looks exhausted, huh?
Alright, up next, Bout 6 of Legends Sparring Invitational 8, happening right here at Legends Fight Sport Tampines. In the red corner, representing Legends, we have Henry Austria. And in the blue corner, representing Evolve, we have So Ayan. I'm just going to say so. My apologies.
Henry Austria from Singapore. Here we go.
Alright, once again, Henry Austria in the red, So in the blue corner. Alright, another Southpaw Orthodox matchup.
Good.
So we've seen quite a lot of these already, and we've seen what works, what doesn't. Alright, we've seen what works, what doesn't. Generally, if you take the inside angle, your jab is easier to land. If you take the outside one, your cross and your hook. Now, neither is better than the other. It's just that you want to be the one taking it first.
Yeah.
You don't want to have the outside angle because your opponent took the inside angle. Or you don't want to have the inside because your opponent took the outside. You take it, you choose.
Lead hook. Nice lead hook. Oh.
I like that Henry is jabbing. A lot of times against the southpaw, a lot of orthodox guys tend not to jab because they feel there's something in the way.
To me, it's just a matter of who establishes the distance first, you know?
Yep. Even if none of your jabs, and even if they all touch the gloves, that's you setting up your distance.
Good body shot there by Henry.
Yep. So a little bit like sort of plodding forward.
Perhaps he's doing the round one data collecting, you know? He's just chilling, seeing what Henry has.
Very, very dedicated to the body. I think because of how tall Henry is standing also.
Yeah, it doesn't help that So also crouches, you know, which is good why Henry throws the uppercuts.
a lot of body shots from So. Really committed to it.
Oh,
Very nice.
off balance.
He throws like 10 body shots and then he throws one on top.
Surprise.
Very dedicated to the body. I love seeing that. And then he comes on top. You see? That body shot set up hit shots set up body shots.
Level changes, huh? Deep breath by Henry.
Henry generally has the better command of distance when they are initiating. But what happens is that after his combination, then So is able to reply. So Henry needs to hit, get out, get out. But he's beating So to the punch, but So is responding better than he is.
Yes.
And giving better than he's getting.
You gotta be light on his feet. Huh?
Yeah.
Every time you fight, you gotta see, who's stronger, who's heavier.
I love So's dedication to the body shots.
Good body there again.
He's thrown so many of those, and he knows how to use those body shots to set up his head shots.
Yeah. And he's got to move. And he's got to box. He can't fight with So.
Yep. If you're the faster guy, you don't want to be in the long exchanges. Because then your speed doesn't matter already. In his first standing 8 count. Quite a withering amount of punishment to his torso he's getting. Referee's called time. You gotta adjust the head guard a little bit.
Saved by the ref.
Henry is faster, so he needs to just sort of in and out. Whereas So is doing a smart thing. As a slower fighter, you want to prolong the exchanges so that you can take away your opponent's reaction time. So that's another rule of thumb that I think you guys can take away from this. As a slow guy, you want to get into long exchanges. As the faster guy, you want to end the exchanges quickly before the slow guy can respond.
Yeah. Let's see what adjustments they make. Henry needs to box. He really needs to box. Don't take any more body punches.
Yep. He needs to get off his shots and then move. Get off his shots.
Like this. He needs to box.
Yep. He's way faster on his feet. So yes, this is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah.
Every time he stays in there and exchanges, then So will destroy his body. Yeah. He needs to stick and move. Doing a good job of taking angles also.
He can take a punch, Henry.
Yeah.
Steady. Yeah. Back to the jab. Yeah, move. Dance, baby. Dance.
See, after he punches, he needs to go. When he stays, then So will crack him. See, now he needs to move before So punches him, and then So punches him.
Turn him. Too strong, so.
Yeah. See, he cannot.
Too many body shots.
Yeah. I kind of feel he went down from the body shots more than the head.
Yeah, of course. Last chance. Down to the body again. Oh.
Yeah, I felt those. It's the accumulation from all those in round 1 as well.
Stop!
Yeah, I think he quit. Yeah, I think he quit. Yeah. Very good from So. Like he was at a disadvantage on the speed and the distance, but he found his way to get his stuff off. Okay, and up next we actually have my own personal most anticipated fight of today. So chat, my personal opinion is that you guys should really tune in for this next one. Remember Eugene, round one, chill. Alright, upcoming in bout 7 of Legends Sparring Invitational 8. In the red corner representing Legends, we have Eugene Mock. In the blue corner representing Evolve MMA, we have Pierre Pop. Eugene in the red corner, Pierre in the blue. Pierre representing Evolve, Eugene representing Legends. Eugene's one of like the brightest spots I've seen of the youths, of recent times. Quite looking forward to see his performance today.
Against a taller guy today.
Yep.
I hate it. Every time I see a tall guy, it's like you need to go to work.
Yep. Pierre looking to explode quite a lot. He's standing really tall.
Yeah.
Yep. Eugene sometimes has a habit of sort of dipping down with his hands up, and Pierre looks like he has a pretty good uppercut, so Eugene's got to be wary of that. I'd like to see Eugene sort of use jabs and feints to push Pierre back first.
Nice try.
Yep. Like a 1-3-2.
Yeah.
Yep, I like that Eugene sort of didn't take back and reset, not letting Pierre rest. I like to see him counter that jab. Because Pierre's leaving his lead hand out there without protecting himself. But I think Eugene's doing a good job of not letting that reset, make him reset.
Yes.
Yep. Overall, Eugene looks like the much more balanced of the two. Pierre is standing like really tippy toes for this.
Rear foot is really high, man.
Yeah,
Heel,
he's on his tiptoes for it. Yeah, Eugene looking very composed. Like I see that. He's pressuring Pierre, but in a smart way. Pressure fighting is not just about hands up, go forward, Mexican style, dig at the body. Pressure is mental. You just don't want to let the guy rest. You want him to be constantly thinking about what might be happening. That's pressure.
And just staying out of punch range,
Yep,
and then in and out again, and in and out again. Oh my God, that's...
Staying out, but not so far out that the opponent can relax. You always want to be at the edge of range where he cannot rest, he cannot switch off.
Totally. Oh, nice full counter, full cross. Good try.
Yep. Pierre's really sharp with that rear uppercut. I like to see Eugene jab a little bit more, use that to sort of set up his offense. But he's doing a pretty good, I would say he's doing a pretty good job like defensively as well.
Oh, yeah. A bit lunging there.
Yeah, but I like the intent. He's trying to punch off the break. Pierre also seems to be sort of dipping to his right a little bit out of habit. So he can sort of aim a lead uppercuts or hook there. Like you show him your right hand so he habitually dips there, and then your left hand comes. That's actually the shot that Duran landed on Leonard in the first fight.
Oh, that's right.
Eugene going to the body a little bit.
When someone does that, usually in the first round, I don't know whether he's baiting me or he's...
Or whether that's his real habit.
Yeah, or telegraphing the punch,
Yep.
So I'm a bit cautious.
Pierre seems quite comfortable in the pocket though. Like he has like very short, tight hooks and uppercuts. Good bicep control from Eugene over there. That's actually quite nice to see. Most people when they're inside have no idea what they're doing, so they just sort of just hammer fists away at the opponent's ribs. Yeah, I want to see Eugene sort of counter that pose from Pierre. Yeah, Pierre keeps dipping to the right again, you see.
Yeah.
Good shot from Eugene, sort of pull the arm down and then punch over.
Upstairs.
Yep. Good. This is infighting, and I love that everyone's letting it go on. Yep.
Replic. Catch and counter. Good job. Good stiff jab there, right through the gut.
Yeah. I think Pierre actually has a sort of speed advantage. Just like you see when he sort of does those slow, like pushing jabs, then I want to see. I would like to see Eugene sort of counter that.
Good jab timing there by Eugene on the entry.
You see when Pierre does that, that's when I want to see Eugene counter.
Lead with the hook, huh? This. He's trying to catch. He's trying to catch and throw.
Yeah,
but the range is not there.
Yeah, Eugene is a little bit too passive. Like he thinks he wants to counter to get a perfect shot. Like he's kind of just waiting for a setup. Whereas Pierre is taking his chances and just punching.
Body's there. Whoosh.
Yeah, you see when he sort of stands there with his hands up, then Pierre can do something.
Pierre goes down to the body and then smothers Eugene, so he can't reply.
Yeah.
It's a good tactic.
Because Eugene will have his hands up, then Pierre will left right on the body, and then they clinch. Oh, that was good from Eugene.
Good 1-2 there.
So got caught by the uppercut. Caught by the uppercut again. Yeah. He's staying in this range and not punching enough.
Yeah.
Pierre's doing a good job of controlling Eugene's like left bicep. Yeah, Eugene needs to be a bit more active. I think he's a little bit tired. Sort of didn't really get into his rhythm for the first 2 rounds. But this is a good experience for Eugene, I think. Finding somebody with a bit more experience, more messy, not somebody that you can use pure skill to outbox. I'd like to see a bit more activity this time. Like based on what I'm seeing, right? Like based on my background knowledge, I know Eugene is the craftier boxer at range, but he's just not being able to get off this time. Whereas Pierre is sort of like not super fundamental, but he knows what he's good at and he's maximizing those. Like he steps into all his jabs, very stiff.
Pierre's toes are really bothering me, man.
Yeah.
It feels like he can do a pirouette at any time.
Yeah, his right heel is really high. Very nice, like sort of step-in hook from him. The problem about Eugene is that when he puts his hands up like this, he's standing very square.
Oof. Explosive.
Pierre also seems to be committing more to when he decides to punch.
Now he's looking to box a little bit more on the outside.
Straight to the body, Eugene.
Yep, body jab. Now you head jab, then body cross. And same thing, but then with hook on top. Halfway through the final round. Pierre's a lot less explosive this time. I really think he's a bit tired.
Yeah.
Oh, Eugene barely missed with that. There you see the sort of like the snap from Pierre's shots is a little bit gone already. Oh, nice lead with that. Lead with a body shot, then right cross upstairs.
A little bit more passive to this round for Eugene.
Yeah.
Just as I said it, I take it back.
But you can sort of see Pierre slowing down a bit. I think he's tired. Yeah. Eugene kind of needs to just take more risks and go. Because when he's not taking risks, he's still getting hit. You see? Just like this. He's standing in range and not doing anything. That's nice for him.
Body, yes. A little bit hit hungry.
Final 10 seconds. Yeah, you see, Eugene's spending a lot of time just sort of standing in range with his guard up. Alright, once again everyone, we are at Legends Sparring Invitational 8th edition happening at Legends Tampines at Yoha Commercial Tampines. Tell your friends to turn on the stream, drop your questions and comments in the chat and we'll engage with you as you can. My name is Brian. I'm, the resident commentator and broadcaster, I suppose. And with me today is Kai, also coach at Legends Fight Sport, former national boxer.
Woohoo!
And fellow Bad Religion fanatic.
Yeah. Yahey!
Alright, up next, Bout 8. In the red corner, we have Luane representing Evolve MMA. And in the blue corner, we have Christopher representing Elite Coach. Once again, Chris from Elite Coach in the blue corner, Luane in the red corner representing Evolve. So Luane in the black, Chris in the blue. Chris already coming up pretty aggressive. Luane sort of responding, but he's again standing there with his hands up. When you hear tropes like range being your first line of defense, guys, that's exactly what it means. Don't even be in range if you can help it. Like standing in range with your guard up, somebody's gonna find a way around.
Yeah.
So far, Chris seems to be pulling the trigger a bit easier, getting his jab off. The jab setting up that rear hand. Luane's eager to close the distance, but he's not jumping his way in.
Yeah.
I also love that his t-shirt says Jiu-Jitsu. You see, when Lewin starts to jab, then his rear hand starts to get set up already. Pace has slowed down a little bit. Oh, yeah, I like the lead hand work from Chris. Yeah, good lead hand work from Chris. Even small stuff like that, right? If your lead hand is active, it creates this psychological barrier in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. You see, that's how to use a pose. When you're pivoting out, sort of leave it there to blind the opponent, then throw a right hand where the left hand used to be. Oh, very nice from Chris. Lean back, take an angle out. Lewin is chasing, but he's not jamming his way in. This is a good use of a pose. You see, Christopher moves backwards while posting out, then throws a right hand counter. You see, Lewin cannot just stand there with his hands up. Yeah. See, he's trying to come forward, but the weight is on the front foot, so it's a little bit slow. He's not jamming his way in. Especially against a taller fighter, you cannot do this. But this is very educated back foot fighting from Chris, though. I'm really enjoying it. Like you see, he can lead with stuff like a rear uppercut, stuff you don't traditionally lead with, because his lead hand is so set up that even though he throws that, right, Lewin is expecting anything else.
Agreed.
See, that's a good way to pose. You cannot just leave your hand there all the time, but use it sparsely and set stuff up with it. Good act, like, see, good active lead hand from Chris. Very impressive performance on so far.
Yeah, Lewin needs to channel his inner Lewin Johnson for the next round.
Adi says, can we see Brian and Coach Kai go at it in the next LSI? Coach Kai has gone at it at LSI and saw the canvas for the first time in his decorated career.
Yeah.
As for me, I refuse to stop drinking for more than 2 days in a row, so it's probably not going to happen.
Interval drinking, I like.
Alright, round 2. Let's see if Lewin can sort of find his way back into this.
Yeah, or stick to Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, you see, because he's not jabbing his way in, a lot of his he just can't get his range. He keeps whiffing on that right hand.
Oof.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah.
See, he used his level change to get in range and then throw.
Nice.
And that's the shot to use against taller fighters. Taller fighters have the habit of leaning back, so you want to throw stuff like overhand right. Chris is doing a good job of, like, when he wants to set up his rear hand, he uses his lead hand to sort of jab, to cover the vision, to pose, to push. And he also uses it to cut an angle. You see, he's sort of using a kind of long guard to avoid the winging punches from Lewin.
Move your hands to the side. Yes, come on. Hands up, hands up. Sharp when you strike, please. Sharp when you strike. Relax. You got this one. Nice. Move. Nice.
I also love that he's not throwing as hard as he can. They're just decent fundamental shots with decent power. That's what Lewin should be doing, stuff like that. Change your levels to either jab to get your distance, feint to get your distance, or level change to get inside your distance. Like, you cannot just go in. You have to use something to set up your entries.
Susceptible to a uppercut counter the way he enters, head first.
Yeah. He's sort of like looking down and wheeling with his punches.
Yeah.
And against a tall guy, their uppercut can reach you really easily. I like watching this control from Chris, where the lead hand is sort of just setting the pace, setting the range. You see Lewin now jabs in isolation, but he has to use those jabs in combination with everything else. Jab, and then do your burst.
Sometimes you always think it's the first punch, that will score. Sometimes it's the third punch that will score, the fourth punch that will score. But you need to do the first few punches.
Yep. Got his feet tangled up.
Go to the body, Luang.
In the corner of Luang, Coach Francisco is actually telling him to like sort of slip, then enter. Basically use head movement to get in. Oh, nice straight right from Chris. Very nice back foot counters from Chris though, like sharp right hand. Luang sort of managing to get inside more out of like sheer aggression, but I think Chris is still fighting well. Like he's a little bit put off by the sudden aggression, but you know he's still able to find his counters. Like he'll almost use his hand to like lean on Luang as Luang is coming forward, so that he can find his balance for the counter shot.
I want to see what's his name, Christopher time a step back counter, you know, as Luang rushes in, a step back upper to the body or to the head. That'll be.
You want to time that just as the guy misses his punch. Then he's off balance and then boom, catch.
Be really cool to see that.
Just for Luang, I want to see him have a more consistent way to get in range.
Yeah.
Like right now, all he's doing is bursting in like this.
There you go, nice.
Yeah, see Chris is already hunting for the uppercut.
Good aggression,
Yeah. He's putting Chris on the ropes a little bit.
Level changes, man, level changes. Body hit, head body. Oh, caught that.
I think Christopher's ring craft needs some work also. He doesn't seem to be super aware of where he is in the ring.
A bit winded.
Yeah.
Luang needs to go down to the body now.
Luang really outing a comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Luang is sensing a bit of weakness. Christopher is also showing a bit too much weakness. So just continue jamming and pretend that nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Caught him with a good right hand though.
Yeah, good right hook there. Oh, good upper. Chris is coming back.
I want to see Chris go to the body also. When your opponent is super aggressive, you can take the win out of their sails with a body shot.
Oh.
Pretty good. Now when Luang is resting, that's where Chris should go.
Nice. This is like Gatti Watt.
Yeah, it's really loud in here.
Yeah. Let's go.
You see Chris is letting himself go back to the corner.
Luang is back.
Yeah.
Good reef.
Yeah, he's hurting Christopher to the body quite a bit.
Yeah.
I like that from Chris. Like low effort shots.
Whoa.
Yeah, in all these moments of inactivity, Chris is the one racking up points.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Luang really whiffing on those shots.
Yeah, nice. Whoa.
Pointed to the ground.
Let's go. Stay in the middle. Nice.
And we still have quite long 40 seconds in the round.
Oh my god. This is mental. Both hands are down.
Yeah, Chris is really tired. I wouldn't advise moving the head in such a tiring way. Just throw jabs and push the person away. I think Luang wanted to put his hands on his knees.
Oh my god. They are gonna feel it tomorrow.
Oh, it's deafening in here.
Let's go, boys. Oh.
Yeah, nice shot from Chris.
Nice one. Good job. He was about to do a push-up. great show of will by these two.
Oh yeah. I think Christopher probably got the better of it, but that was a very spirited comeback from the weight. Generally, I think when he fights a taller fighter, the sort of lesson or the takeaway is to just, find ways to get into range. Don't just wing your hardest punches from far.
Yeah, aim for the chest first.
Yep. Just jab. Even though those two jabs are they don't touch at all. Sometimes I think a good drill is a sort of when you're punching a heavy bag, right? Just start with a double jab when you're too far away from it to practice your entries.
Yeah.
Then you can sort of sync up your footwork also. Step, and then combo. Step, and then combo.
Once you establish what the taller fighter likes to throw, whether it's a counter hook or counter cross, then you can start planning your entries, around those punches that they throw.
Alright, once again, everybody, you're watching Legends Sparring Invitational 8th edition, happening at Legends Tampines at Tampines Yoha. So drop your comments and questions in the chat. We'll try to respond to them as we can. I'm Brian, the resident broadcast commentator, I guess, and here is with me is Coach Kai. Alright, coming up next, we have G&M Fight Camp again, and against Corrales Boxing School.
Bout number 9.
Alright, in the red corner representing G&M Fight Camp, we have Irfan Hazik, and in the blue corner representing Corrales Boxing School, we have Junhao. So Junhao in the blue corner, and Hazik in the red.
Yep. Go.
Alright. Both guys looking really tense, eager to explode. Junhao seems to be the one in it, throwing the longer combinations.
Junhao looks like a mini waffy.
Sort of attempted counter right. Both guys looking like real tense and springy, ready to explode. Overall, so far Junhao seems to be the one more ready to commit into a long combination. Just sort of like to see a bit more variance in terms of timing, rhythm from that. Like instead of just pop, 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 you want to pop, pop, pop.
Yeah. It matters so much that what you just said, like the timing, changing the timing,
the broken rhythm.
Yeah.
Because no matter how fast you are, if you are consistently fast, people will catch you. If you're consistently slow, people will catch you. If you're fast, slow, who knows? I don't know. It's impossible to catch.
Sudden change of tempo.
Irfan Hazik getting a bit frustrated, just sort of shoving Junhao into the corner. Junhao's like sort of falling into his punches a little bit as well. I think the trick is to just throw more jabs when he's sort of getting into range. Because you see, he'll throw something like 1-2-3-2, but because his first jab is not long enough, the 2-3-2 ends up being thrown from still too far away. So what you can do is just add more jabs to the front. Like you can throw 3 jabs, 4 jabs, and then the combo.
Yeah.
See a bit lacking of ring craft there. Like when we say ring craft, guys, what we mean is awareness of where you are in the ring. If the ropes are near to your back, that means when you step back, you're going to be at the ropes. So if you're the kind that you need distance, you need space, then what you want to do is make sure that you're always super aware that the ropes are never near your back. Because once you step back, then you see your trap.
Always back to the center.
And the way you develop this awareness is sort of looking around. Like if you see the ropes on the other side really far away, chances are the one behind you is really close. Bit of an uneventful first round. I suppose Junhao probably outworked him in that round. Both guys seem to be sort of punching but not aiming very well, not setting up very well. Ah, that was good. You see?
Double jab cross.
Yep.
One should start investing in the body. Somebody.
Oh yeah, we saw the success of that with So against Henry Austria earlier, where in the first round, So practically threw nothing but body shots.
Yeah.
That's the thing about short guys. Sometimes it's hard to hit their body because there's less of it.
A little head hungry.
Irfan Hazik getting his jab off a bit better this round. Oh, kind of both exchange. That was good. That was good from Irfan Hazik to punch off the break. Junhao is more pushy with his jabs, I realize. He's sort of like just shoving it forward.
And when he moves forward, his feet is not under him,
Yeah, he's like the feet follow the feet follow the head rather than other way around.
Yeah. Like the road runner.
That was pretty nice. Jab to the body, then the cross upstairs. His offense seems a little bit more measured now that he's sort of gotten his engine going. Although still a bit shaky defensively, you saw that he stepped back into square. Junhao seems more eager to commit, more confident. But his punches are pushing a little bit and the balance is kind of spoiled when he sort of falls forward. Good head-body combination from Irfan Hazik. Junhao is pretty aggressive, so I think he probably doesn't like being pushed back like this. I think Irfan Hazik's corner should realize that and just push forward. Use jabs, use fade to push forward. Yeah, I love that sort of like just pawing jabs to set his right hand up from Irfan Hazik. Good sort of use of the elbow block, like the hillbilly guard. Yeah, it's kind of getting the better of Junhao already. Yeah, almost like an up jab and cross.
Nice.
Yeah. Junhao just got more work done the first round, but this round definitely Irfan Hazik is sort of outboxing him.
Junhao looks like he's feeling it, man. Huffing and puffing.
Yeah. I love how Red1 is texting in between rounds.
He got new shoes, huh? Nikes. Here we go. Now.
Alright, let's see who takes the third one, now that everybody is around a piece. But overall, in terms of the ebb and flow of the fight, Irfan Hazik seems to be getting into his groove, sort of outboxing Junhao. Junhao is very, just confident, storm forward kind. But I think it sort of lacks a bit of craft in his offensive setup. He sort of just throws a predetermined combination and just forces it through. There's a place for that sometimes, but in this particular case, he's just not landing where he needs to be.
Jab hit, cross body.
You You see Irfan is sort of like, you can almost see the wheels in Irfan Hazik's head, like sort of turning as he plans, okay, what should I do? And you see he's using his sort of active lead hand to set stuff up. Kind of not a great idea to do that. Spinning around. Junhao's very pushy with his jab. I should have continued. Yeah, until the referee said stop. So rear hook to the body as Junhao leaned forward. Sell out on the right hand there from Irfan Hazik. Oh, nice counter right. See, when Junhao lunges in, then he's off balance. I think Junhao is a bit running out of ideas already. It's good that he's confident and still trying.
Yeah.
But, you know. Oh, there's an up jab rear straight from Hazik. Oh, yeah, that was very, very, very low.
That was so low.
Yeah, right on the cup.
Yeah.
And you see, boys and girls, that's why you wear a groin guard. Imagine if he had not been wearing that.
Take your time, take your time.
Alright.
There we go.
Ah, nice counter right again. I think Irfan Hazik has sort of found that shot already. Like when Junhao pushes his way in with a jab, then he'll just do that. Ah, a bit of a kidney punch.
Yeah. Junhao's lower body really taking a pounding.
Keeps looking for that counter right.
Yeah.
I think that one didn't land because he slipped to his right too much. Oh, nice
slip.
Liver shot. Slip and liver shot followed by right hand. Yeah, see, Irfan is way more organic in these situations.
He wants that standing eight, man. Junhao holding for dear life.
Yep. One of the tricks, guys, to escaping a clinch situation when the opponent is trying to hold on to you is actually to like we were saying, one of the ways to escape a clinch when the opponent is clearly holding on and doesn't want to let go is to sort of fold your arms inwards. Like imagine pushing both your hands towards the floor, so you sort of fold your arms inwards and then you step back.
Yeah. It's so good they hug 3 times after the fight.
Alright, up next, not even halfway through and a whole bunch of exciting fights already. So at round 10 of Legends Sparring Invitational, we have Danish from Legends Fight Sport in the red corner, and in the blue corner we have Alan Quinn from Elite Coach. We last saw Danish at the Invitational against that really hype, crowded up fight. I believe this will probably be the first time I see Alan at the Invitational. My apologies in advance if I'm wrong. Sometimes the names just blur together and there's so many of y'all. Alright, once again, red corner Danish from Legends and blue corner Alan from Elite Coach. Elite Coach very active in our Invitational all the time, always providing quality fights. Shout out to them for running a great gym, always being such active participants and supporters of the Invitation. Alright, Danish red corner, Alan blue corner. I really like seeing Danish developments from. I remember his very first lesson here when he couldn't throw a punch at all. Yeah, he's actually learned really fast because, you know, of active sparring with everybody. See, he's very confident with sort of picking off shots like this. Just like, again, but like to see him come in behind a jab. Because a lot of this slick fade away stuff kind of doesn't work once you get tired.
Yeah. And then it boils down to fundamentals, you know, the basics.
Yep.
Again and again.
A little bit reaching with that jab. Sometimes I like to see him double it up. Alan's still having a little bit of issue like finding his range. Or, you know, getting his jab going. And then he's just shoving him off. Nice sort of step-in lead hook from Alan.
Again.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not that complicated. You know, if something lands and works, you can just do it again.
Abuse it.
Yep.
Yeah. Or variations of it, you know.
Yeah. Nice jab to the body from Danish. Like to see him get his jabs going. He's quite confident in the pocket in terms of his defense is quite confident in the pocket, Danish. But just sort of getting caught a little bit sometimes when he goes in. Ah, that was good, you see. So nice posting jab and then right hand over the top. Alan also needs to be a bit more aware when he's getting pushed in the corners. Danish also has a bit of a long reset time. I like to see him sort of just... Because Alan is throwing single shots, it would be good if Danish can catch and shoot rather than keep going back.
Yeah.
Like if you know the guy only throws one at a time, don't step back when he throws. Like don't step back and reset so far. Oh, that was a nice fade away right hand.
Good cross there.
I like the proactive defense work from both also. They're at least tried, you know, they're aware of their defense. At least, like they're defensively aware, even if not defensively sound.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, just wailing away. I really like Danish's like confidence in the pocket.
Hands on his chest.
Yep. Even if he doesn't catch every shot, he sees most of them coming.
Yeah.
Now he's getting his range in a nice way. Yeah, see, very good like awareness of the
Just half a step. Just half a step. Efficient. Love it.
Really improved a lot. Very happy to see that.
Declines the chair. He's got to watch out for the swinging punches though.
Yeah, sometimes the non-correct punches can be the ones you get hit with because you're so used to seeing the usual stuff. The trick is sort of like to look at the opponent's chest and have loose eyes. Use your peripheral vision to see his feet, his hands, his shoulders, what's happening. Overall, Danish seems to be the overall much more composed and a comfortable fighter, especially in moments like this when they're just out of range. Good use of that pose also.
Alan needs to go to the body. Yeah. Danish keeps pulling his head, right?
He's pulling his head.
But his body's there for the taking. Wow, there you go. Good one.
Because Danish was so used to Alan not stepping in, that when Alan stepped in, then he closed that last bit of distance.
Yeah.
I like to see Danish counter in combination also, instead of just catch one time.
Alan's got a good 1-2. He needs to use it in, not skirt around.
Yeah. Now he knows that Danish likes to pull back just this little bit. Then instead of 1-2, you can 1-1-2. Yeah, good jab and angle taken from Danish.
Well,
I just really like his composure. Like he's seeing everything coming and responding.
Bouncing a little as well.
The post is kind of making him uncomfortable. See, good combination. In that little exchange, Danish is more balanced than Alan, and that makes all the difference.
He could do some body shots, Danish.
Yeah.
Alan's getting tired. Go down to the body.
Yeah. Plus, he hasn't been body punching at all. If he throws one down, it'll be really unexpected.
Yeah.
I like how active Danish is being with his jab.
Oh. Specific instructions.
Oh, good from Alan. Went to the body.
Oh, nice cross there. There you go.
Alan making Danish pay for leaning back too much.
Yeah.
Oh, that snapped his head back. That's the other thing. You abuse that defense too much, people start finding a way around it.
Yeah.
Oh, good to see Alan going to the body. Oh, Alan kind of making a comeback here.
He's exhausted though.
Overall, I think Danish still took it, but it was much, much closer this time.
He's getting there. Alan's exhausted.
Yeah, he's found what to do, but now it's just whether he can keep doing it.
I wonder how he's gonna drink through that headguard, man.
Yeah.
There's a plastic thing going around. I think he's also on a double mouth guard. Oh, you need to open it. There you go.
Personally, I'm really not a fan of those like face shield kind of things because it just makes it hard to see and it feels weird. Plus, I'm always paranoid that like part of it would chip off and go into my eye.
You immediately think of the worst thing that can happen. Let's go, round 3.
Yeah, now Alan is very used to Danish lean back defense. Oh, good body shot followed by a right cross. Oh, Alan really coming out storming this round.
Yeah, man.
I love how composed Danish is continuing to be. But now he needs to vary up his offense and defense a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's getting quite predictable.
It's Alan's round so far.
Yeah. Now he's resting. Oh, good body shot again. Danish needs to start doing something about it.
To the body, Danish.
Yeah, I've hardly seen Danish throw the body shot.
Jabs to the body. Good slip. Nice slip.
Yeah, I really like his Danish composure in the pocket.
Yeah. Oh, nice exchange. He needs to have more than just that pull defense.
Yeah. Basically, all Alan needs to do is double up the jab and then he gets him already.
2 punches or more.
Yeah. Plus, Danish keeps going to that very high right hand. I like to see him just dig to the body a bit with that same shot.
Yeah, finally, a jab to the body.
Nice uppercut left hook. Alan responds with a straight. Danish pulls. Yeah, Alan is starting to roll with that shot with that right hand shot that Danish keeps throwing already. I like to see him just change it up a bit. When somebody shoulder rolls, that's when you throw your lead hook because they'll be facing that side.
Less than a minute.
Nice couple of right hands from Danish.
Last 30.
Quite a comfortable lean back counter. This is still anybody's round. I think whoever lands the last big one can take it.
Yeah.
Alan digging to the body.
Yeah. Stand. Here we go. Who wants it more?
Yeah. Danish keeps whipping on the right hand now.
Nice.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It's getting very loud in here. As you can see, the seats at the back are all filled up. Alright, and we are back. Red corner, Irfan from Legends, and in the blue corner, Danny, representing himself as an independent fighter. Irfan is a mover, likes to fight on the outside, can sometimes get a bit inefficient with that, so let's see how he pulls it off this time. Not sure I've ever seen Danny fight before, so we'll see how his style is. Looks very explosive already. Irfan a little bit tense, been quite a while since he's fought. Nice attempt at a sort of check hook. See, ring awareness, getting himself backed up in the ropes already. Need to move out there, Irfan. You see the way Danny is sort of standing, it's a bit difficult for him to turn to his left. So Irfan should be circling to his own right. I like the double jabs from Irfan. Kind of needs to be aware of where he is in the ring. See, he's back touching the ropes already. Don't do that.
He needs to do this from the center.
Yes, because if your style is relying on stepping back, you don't want to be in a position where you can't step back.
Nice. Stay in the center.
Getting a bit overexcited here.
Yeah.
I would not burn myself out like this. Yeah.
Stay center. Stay center.
See, he's backing himself to the ropes. He's still beating Danny to the punch, so it's not that big of an issue now, but it could be, especially when he gets tired.
There's a body shot also.
Yep, because the way Danny is standing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice sort of stepping 3-2 from Danny. And you see Irfan suffered there because his back was to the corner already.
Nice level changes. Nice.
Oh, that was nice. Preemptive slip and then a left hook.
Oh, that's what he needs to do more. Danny, lead with the hook.
Especially against someone like Irfan whom you know likes to move to the side.
Yeah.
So that's when you want to throw looping punches, so you catch them on their way out. A bit of a kidney punch. Irfan very apologetic. There's he again, back to the ropes, need to move.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice. Lean back hook cross counter. That was pretty good. Pivot to the left on the combination. Then he gets his rope back to the rope again. Pretty impressive from Irfan so far, but still a couple of those vulnerabilities. Danny showing that, finding a couple of spots for himself. Alright, round 2 between Irfan in the red corner representing Legends and Danny in the blue corner representing himself as an independent fighter. Irfan the outboxer,
Nice.
trying to make sure Danny doesn't catch him on his way out. I think Irfan has decent movement, but his ring craft needs to be better. Like the awareness of where he is, like we talk about. See, again, back to the ropes. Don't always rely on a check hook to get yourself out of trouble when your back is against the ropes. Good. Like active combination. He was aware of when Danny entered his range, so he threw his combination and got out. But you see, because at the ropes he couldn't step back enough, he got hit. The awareness, your back is touching the ropes, you gotta move.
Nice.
That's the way.
Well done.
Fake the jab, went to the body, and then upstairs again.
Easy.
Yep, don't get overexcited. Throw, not everything needs to be hard.
Yeah.
Very nice, like proactive roll. Now Irfan will explode and then take an angle. So Danny needs to be aware of that. I think Danny's kind of like has the right idea. He's waiting for a counter. Or rather, he's waiting for a chance to counter when Irfan explodes. So he pushes Irfan back, and then try and counter when Irfan explodes with a combination. Oh! Very nice. Bruno being the unofficial cornerman.
Nice. I like that Cuban check hook.
Yeah. So he got caught again as we're skipping against the ropes. Danny's kind of struggling to find a shot that will work. That was a good attempt, like his feint.
Nice.
I like Irfan's insistence in winning the exchanges like this. Like he can tell Danny's uncomfortable, he just pushes the envelope, push.
Yeah.
He just needs to not get so excited until you start making yourself tired. Better management of his movement from the last time that he fought. The last time he fought, Irfan won the first 2 rounds, then kind of gassed himself out in the third round because he was moving so much. Looks pretty light and springy now. Although I would say Danny is also not testing him a lot. You can see Eugene, fresh off his fight, is already cornering Irfan.
And Danish is in the crowd already. Oh.
Alright, round 3. Danny, independent. Irfan, red corner, representing Legends Fight Sport. Irfan falling very comfortably into his outboxing movement heavy style. Doing a pretty good job of pivoting out when he needs to. Just needs to be more aware of the ring craft and where he is positioning in the ring. Efficiency on the movement also can use some work, but overall he's making this style work for himself pretty well and comfortably. I quite like his offensive choices as well.
Hook cross. Feint the jab down to the body.
Yeah. When somebody is moving their head, trying to bait you into a punch, you always pretend that you take the bait and then you jab the body.
Yeah.
Good idea there to sort of turn. The hillbilly guard sort of elbowed Danny in the face a little bit. That's actually why personally I recommend that guard a lot, because you can get away with that. See, he caught against the ropes. That's when Danny can punch him.
Control the center, Irfan.
Nice body shot. Going 1-2. You see, when his back is against the ropes, it's the only time he gets hit.
Stay center.
You can see my broadcast partner Kai here taking off the mic to shout instructions to Irfan.
Back to the center.
A little bit risky to do that. See, he's sort of slowly backing himself up to the corner, to the ropes. Probably feeling a little bit tired also. You see, that's when the check hook doesn't always get you out of danger. Yep. You may check hook your way up, but you see your other side is exposed. Then you're kind of finding his range a bit better now. Also, Irfan's movement is slowing down a bit. That's why it's so important to be aware of where you are. So you don't need to expend energy to get yourself out of bad situations.
I think a good ring general would be resting and moving forward, you know?
Yep.
Faking an offense while resting.
Yep.
And that's really a good skill.
You want to make sure that nobody disturbs your rest.
This is a vast improvement though by Irfan
Oh, for sure.
from the last sparring. Considering how rusty, inactive he has been. Well done. I like that he's not huffing and puffing.
Alright, up next.
Bout number 13.
Yep. In the red corner, we have Muhammad Rushdi.
Yeah.
And from Spartans, Choa Chu Kang. And representing Evolve in the blue corner is Leong Yi. Leong Yi, long 1-2 already. Leong Yi's in the green.
Look at his quads, man.
Yeah, those are like some
Yeah.
many Pacquiao quads.
You can crush a watermelon with them.
Rushdi, the taller fighter, reaching a little bit though. Yeah, a lot of these like slapping hooks. Yeah, Leong Yi looks like he's his style is like aggressive counter punching. He'll come forward, wait for something to come, and then throw a combination.
And then he will do 100 squats. I'm still impressed by the quads.
Really selling out on his shots.
Good showing by Bob today.
Yeah. Nice. Pretty good footwork from Leong Yi. Like he lunges forward, right, but he doesn't fall over his punches. His weight is still over his feet generally. Whereas you see Rushdi sort of leaned into that.
Oh. You can see Rushdi is affected already by the power.
Yeah.
Oh, again, it's the same combination.
Yeah.
He felt that. Good cross.
Yeah. And I like how balanced Leong Yi is when he's punching. Like he's bursting forward, but he's not falling into his punches.
Feet always under him.
Rushdi now is a bit hesitant. Leaned into that hook. But yeah, he's a bit hesitant. He's kind of just like nervously anticipating the shots. Yep. But he's punching back out of like adrenaline and desperation. He's gonna get A counter. Oh, he looks done already. He's got to respond. If not, he's done.
Something is wrong. I think it's an injury.
Okay, we're done.
It's his knee.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of sprained something. Like I think during the tangent when you sort of step on it wrongly, like when you're panicking and you step wrongly, that's when all these things happen. Yeah, it looks like something with his ankle. He probably just landed on it wrongly while backing away, I guess.
I think that body shot traveled down his legs.
And it came upwards from Leong Yi's legs.
Hope he's okay though. Looks aside.
Round 14 at Legends Sparring Invitational 8th edition, happening at Legends Fight Sport Tampines. In the red corner, representing himself as an independent fighter, is Amiru Adli. In the blue corner, representing Kare Boxing School, is Mohammad Harun. For the case of this fight, I am just going to say Amiru and Harun. Oh, for the purposes rather. So basically wearing white Harun and wearing blue Amiru. I don't think I've seen either of these gentlemen fight before. So, an interesting matchup.
Southpaw.
And we have what seems like our 6 or 7 Southpaw versus Orthodox matchup of the day.
All white, huh? PAP.
Must be feeling it after getting the cash back.
Head guard looks a bit loose.
A bit of an awkward style Amiru is showing, but he looks confident in it, in his movement. Harun dipping down, countering.
Tall kid though.
Oh yeah, seems like 2/3 of his body is his legs. Yeah.
Nice lead hand.
As a tall guy, when you're too used to leaning back, that's the kind of shots you tend to catch. I'd like to see Amiru sort of double up his jab a little bit more, get it established, get it going. It's kind of, not really taking full advantage of his reach. Yeah, good sort of short counter right, but he's eating a lot of shots when he gets pushed back. I like that he's active though and not panicking when in the pocket. Although you see he tends to eat shots like that. Sort of as he sort of fades away and then his hands are down. Oh, good body head attack from Muhammad Harun. Surprised he didn't get a standing 8 count on that one. Yeah, kind of looking down, he might get 8 counted on the next hard shot. Oops. Quite good head movement. Alright, so as we've seen, tall guy, rangy style against us, push forward, want to come in and throw body hit combinations. So neither style is definitely going to win the other. Let's just see who gets to do what they want. Kind of sounds like a bit of a cop-out in terms of analysis, but it's true. Once again, blue corner, Muhammad Harun, red corner, Amiru Adli. Slightly better start from Harun. But you see that's a sort of a lack of ring. That's why we say lack of ring craft today. You see he lands his jabs going backwards, but by doing that, he sort of forces himself, gets himself trapped against the ropes because he's not aware of where he is, and that's when Amiru can start bombing him back. See, it's happening again. So he has to jab, move, jab, right hand, and then move back. Sort of now has done a little switch to southpaw, possibly to open up the jab a little bit more. Good choice to sort of uppercut as Amiru leans in. But you see, trapped against the ropes again. When they're in open space, you see Harun, the taller fighter, winning. Amiru sort of gets space to punch and opportunities to punch once he backs into a corner. Good sort of pull down, skipping stone jab counter. Skipping stone means you sort of slap down and parry a shot, and you use that same hand to sort of punch. So it's like you jump over a little mushroom in Mario. to get to the next place. See, when Harun gets his jab going, then he, does better for himself. But what he needs to do is, while he's fencing at range like this, to not get backed up into a corner, because then he'll get bombed on again by the bigger puncher. Kind of spot his balance by being over eager to punch. Switch to southpaw. See, he's conceding space by letting Amiru pressure him. Then when he's trapped against the rope, he has to sort of run like this, and then he gets hit on the way in. See, when in an open space, when he can set up things off his jab, then he's winning. Then you see he kind of gets pushed back into the ropes again, and then, He also doesn't have the best defensive reactions. When he gets hit, he sort of freezes up a little bit. Amiru seems just generally more comfortable in the pocket. Although you see the straight punches from Harun are still troubling him. I like to see Amiru sort of cut the ring off better also. Like Muhammad Harun is already backing himself into the ropes by himself, so I like to see Amiru just corner him more effectively. Right now he's kind of just following him in a straight line. What you want to do is mirror him so that you create less and less space for him to run out laterally. He's probably going to get standing A counted. A lot of clean shots. Amiru was almost shoving him into a corner. Like, that's how desperately he wants to corner him. Oh, sorry if you guys could hear that. I was drinking coffee from a straw. Round 3. Amiru Adli in the red corner and Muhammad Harun representing Corrales Boxing School in the blue corner. Muhammad Harun wanting to keep the fight at distance and not get trapped against the ropes, and Amiru wants the exact opposite to happen, where he can get in close, get his opponents back on the ropes and start going to work with his combinations. I think Muhammad Harun's a little bit shook by the punishment he's taken so far, because he's kind of becoming more hesitant even when he is in range. He shouldn't be punching like this even though it's tempting. He needs the distance. Like, Amiru is not really jabbing his way in, so that's when Harun's jab will become even more important. And he's shown he can kind of switch to southpaw to open up the jab a bit more if he wants. Sometimes as a taller fighter who wants space, you don't create space by backing off. You can create space by, pushing forward. Like, the threat of your reach alone, right, is your pressure weapon, and then you have your space. Yeah, he's kind of just shelling up now in anticipation of an incoming combo. Amiru getting a little bit tired also probably. He's not pushing forward as insistently. We saw the previous round how he practically shoved Harun to the ropes to try and get him. Yeah,
nice,
again, good skipping stone jab.
Yeah.
Slap down the lead arm and then just use the same hand to throw.
I like how Muhammad Harun's hands are so long, his elbows is covering the side of his body.
Yeah. He's defending from body shots without trying. Oh, caught him with his head movement over there.
Amiru's got a good... He leads with the hook very well. He needs to do that more.
Yeah, nice. See, he sort of triple jab his way in.
Yeah.
And then Harun tried to catch him leaning in with the uppercut.
Cross.
Harun needs to keep the jab going. The jab is the main obstacle.
Here.
I think Amiru is kind of tired.
Yeah.
Backed himself into the corner. You see how that's not a good idea? By doing that, right, Amiru actually got hit more than Harun.
Oh.
Yeah, sort of
nice.
grabbed him and body locked him into the corner. Yeah, I think Amiru is guessing already.
Good time for Muhammad to practice going forward and resting.
Yep. And he doesn't look as tired. He's still going.
Yeah.
Alright, give us a while because some of the fighters are still waiting to get ready and get in the ring for our next bout. In the meantime, guys, if you have any questions for myself, Brian, or Coach Kai, feel free to drop them in the chat, or any comments, just want to say hi or shout out to whoever. So far, been a pretty good invitational as always. As on our 15th fight, in the red corner, we have Kelvin Powell representing Alpha Beast Fitness. And in the blue, we have Aman Banchil representing Evolve MMA. So Aman in the dark green, olive green, and Kelvin Powell in the red. Really loaded up on that right hand to the body. Kelvin moving a lot. I like that kind of like cross guard-ish thing from Aman. Oh, thank you. Aman establishing his, Kelvin establishing his jab is a little bit more. Moving around a lot also. Whoa. Aman completely sold out on that right hand. Sorry guys, when I say sell out on a shot, it means that, you know, to 110% commit to it, all or nothing. I would like to see him take advantage of that sort of shell guard by like using it to jab more. It's harder to see your jab come up from below. So one of the tricks you can do with that guard is sort of step in first without jabbing. So you're in range but the opponent doesn't know it because it's not obvious, and then you fire your hand.
Really composed defending Aman.
Yeah, Kelvin's moving around a lot but looks tiring. Like he might burn his legs out a little bit. Yeah. And you see he's not taking the shot super well in terms of balance. He's quite easily pushed off balance because I think his legs are very tense. Yeah. I like how confident Aman is in the pocket also behind that guard.
So chill defending. Really composed. Offense also just picking his shots. Yeah, nice technique.
Yep. See Kelvin sort of like being the more nervous fighter, getting himself tensed up and pushed back to the ropes.
I don't think he can sustain this pace.
Yeah, he's very, very tense. As you see, Aman comfortable, move forward, just defend. In general, I think Aman got the better of that round. Looks just more comfortable in defense, especially, which is always very nice to see. Like everybody can punch. You can make a newbie learn to throw a punch in an hour, but to be comfortable in your defense in the pocket, that can take years.
Yeah.
Good to see like Kelvin doubling up on his jab, trying to land.
Changing timing.
Oh, very nice. So just lean back, pop him back with a simple left hand. Short counter like that. Oh, very nice like shift jab from Kelvin.
Pull up with a cross there. Sure. It's awesome to see that. When they are trying.
Yep, trying stuff like this, yeah. Since this isn't working, I'll try this other thing.
Yeah. And that's the point of sparring, you know? You need to be comfortable.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Rolled with it, rolled with a right hand, then through his own right hand. Aman needs to be careful about dipping to his right too much though. If Kelvin picks up on it, then he can just sort of throw a right hand to force that slip.
Nice body shots.
Oh, caught him with a left hook. See, when you keep leaning to your right, you got to be careful of that.
Yeah.
Oh, but I like that shifting combination from Aman.
I guess that's the one other thing he can improve, you know, moving on from today, Aman. He needs to have a bit more defense on his left hemisphere, you know.
Yep.
Now everything is on the right, defensively.
Well, you mean his right?
Yeah.
And the opponent's left.
Yes. Kelvin's feeling the pace.
Yeah. You see, he's kind of like looking away, looking down.
Yeah.
Taking a long walk.
Oh. Body, Aman. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Body and then head. Then sometimes when you crack a guy and he instinctively punches back, then you just defend the next 3 shots because they're going to be super like sell-out shots, and then you go again.
Oh.
Yeah, that was nice. I like this like up hook straight thing that Aman keeps throwing.
Yeah. Here you go. Fine. Here you go. Blessing for Kelvin, huh?
Yeah. So maybe the lesson is to have a shitty head guard if you get tired easily. Oh, nice lead right again. You see, he's like he uses his pressure, his feints, to make Kelvin put his hands in front, and then you throw a right hook over it. Not good look body language from Kelvin, like turning his back already.
Yeah, there you go, man. Body.
You see when they're punching the exchange like this, Kelvin's balance is all over the place. Like his feet are not under him, he's kind of just not stepping properly. Whereas Aman is the opposite, always maintaining his stance. Even when he steps forwards, he's still balanced. Yep.
Saved by the bell.
Yeah. I don't think Kelvin has any more left in him.
We'll see.
Yeah, pretty good showing from Evolve today, like you said. Even though it's not technically perfect, they are pretty aware of what their strengths and weaknesses are, and they lean their game into that. That's sometimes even more important than being technically perfect.
Agreed. Or they have incredible, beautiful quads, I'm still amazed. Can't get over it. How big they were. Oh my god. Impressive. There you go. Let's go.
Right. Be interesting to see what Kelvin has left in the tank, or to see if Aman wants to see what else Aman can bring to the table to try and get him out of there.
Yeah. Nice. He tries it again.
I like how Aman's Philly shell is active. Like when to you guys who like to use the defense or that cross guard, right? You cannot just hold it there and hope nothing lands. You have to move around, catch shots. No guard works, right, when you just hold it there and hope for the best.
Body is there. Oh, still got some juice left. Kelvin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Against a Philly shell guy, you want to move to your left and jab a lot. The head guard again. Obviously, Scrub says the Evolve fighters seem very comfortable. Yes, they do.
the most obvious thing is there was never an issue of conditioning with regards to the Evolve fighters.
Yep.
Everyone's well conditioned for a fight.
Yep, definitely. Oh, bit of a hammer fist right hand from Kelvin. I like this offense from Aman also. It's very calm. You see, he's still like picking out shots with his right hand. Very comfortable defense. Oh yeah, he's gonna stop it, I think. Yeah, you see Kelvin walking away. Yeah, he's probably gonna stop it soon, I think.
Kelvin still got some fight in him though. Aman could end this earlier.
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, he doesn't want it. He turned away after that shot already.
1 minute.
Will seem like this will be the longest minute of Kelvin's life.
He needs to work the lead hand and move. Stop.
I think they're gonna stop a couple more shots. Yeah, I think we're done.
Good stop it.
Yeah.
Kudos though, Kelvin. He gave it all he's got.
Yeah. Even third round he was like completely gassed, but he still tried. Obviously, Scrub says, I don't want to be in the ring against any Evolve fighters.
Well, if you don't challenge yourself with people who are better than you, then you will never grow.
Yep. Plus, wouldn't it feel good to be the only one on one event to get a win off them?
Yeah.
Plus, as you can see, right, so far, it's not always the better fighter that wins. Sometimes better conditioning or better fight performance on the day can also let you win.
Yep.
The more skilled fighter doesn't always win. Like even if you're against somebody and you feel that he's better than you, like technically he's faster, he's slicker, there are ways to cut off his offense and do things about it.
Yes.
Like a great example is actually Pierre and Eugene's fight. Pierre is very aware of his strengths and he leveraged them to go and pull that win out.
Yeah.
That was actually very impressive.
And the bigger picture is it's a sparring, you know. If
Right now in the red corner, representing Evolve again, we have Sean Tan. Representing NUS Boxing in the blue corner, we have Edward. Edward struggling to fight, establish his own jab. I think the rhythm now is very good for Sean.
great volume puncher.
Yeah, because you see, Edward is now hesitant to step in, so he's reaching a lot. See, when he reaches for his right hand, his right foot is actually off the ground. See again, he sort of gets hit on his way back. Yeah, he needs to sort of reset, get comfortable first. Eating a lot of simple shots. Pretty good measured offense from Sham Tan. Edward kind of just not getting his, this doesn't look very comfortable in the pocket. Yeah. Like Sean is the more explosive guy looking to counter. Edward, I think, is the much less explosive person. It would be good for him to sort of just jab his way into a prolonged exchange. Kind of got caught on the way in there. If you're against an explosive guy like this and you know your jab is slower, what you want to do is sort of pour your right hand in front of your face, get ready to catch the incoming return fire. So it's not always about hands up. Sometimes instead of your right hand, being on the side of your head when you jab, you want to put it in front of your face so you can kind of shield it from something. Edward needs to step in a bit more. His stance is very wide, so he can't step in very much. That's why his jabs are lunging like this. So it seems like a push rather than a step. Getting hit a lot with Sean's jabs. Good body shot as well. Oh, you can tell the body shot hurt him a lot. Yeah, it might get him out of there. Yeah, the jabs are landing for free for Sean at this point. See, even when Edward ducks down from the jab and avoids the jab, then Sean is right there with uppercut to punish him for it. Quite a one-sided beating so far.
Edward needs to start. He needs to start.
Yep. So far still it's just got nothing going.
Yeah.
Like he's pushing and reaching a lot with his first jab. Just step in with a double jab. Go back to, if you're not sure what to do in this strange, stressful context, go back to your basics. 1-1-2, just like the hundreds of times you did it at the gym.
The first combination that lands for him is just going to pick up his confidence,
Yep.
He just needs to throw.
Yep. Like instead of reaching like this, just go, just step in and go. Obviously, Scrub says, I think Edward can't keep dropping his lead hand when in range. Well, that's one part, right? I mean, I think the reason why he keeps getting popped with the jab is because his stance is really wide. So when he steps in, he's not agile with it. He can't step in very much. And he keeps getting hit with the jab for free. And Sean is doing a good job of building on it. Like 1-2, up 2. Like Sean is happy to land the jab, but when the jab doesn't land, he's always standing by with something. Sort of like grinded out that 8 count.
Goes down to the body.
Yeah, I think Sean can get him out of there already. Yeah, you're gonna stop it, I think. Yeah, I think we're done. done. Alright, thanks for tuning in everybody. You are watching Legends Sparring Invitational 8. Every other month it happens where we get the best of everybody in the Singapore boxing community, all the gyms to come together and showcase their skills for all of y'all to watch. And for me to talk over. Up next in the red corner representing Legends Fight Sport we have Keane Skyler. And in the blue corner representing Evolve MMA again we have Nabil Shafiq. I'm gonna say Keane and Shafiq for the purpose of calling this fight.
Actually, it's a dream job, no?
Yeah, of course.
You get to watch boxing, and you get to talk, and people have no choice but to listen.
Yep, it's a captive audience. If I do this on public transport, they'll ask me to go away. Alright, red corner, Keane, wearing the head guard of Naeem. And in the blue corner, Nabil Shafiq from Evolve MMA.
It's been a while since that head guard went up the ring.
Non-stop work for Coach Gian, huh?
Yeah. I hope he gets paid, man.
Alright. Keane's a southpaw. I think Shafiq is orthodox, so we'll get another southpaw orthodox matchup. Already getting right into it. Keane seems to have a bit of a size advantage against Shafiq here. Both very tense, very eager. I'd like to see both of them start to establish a rhythm with their jab, settle into a comfortable pace. So far, very tense, messy exchanges. Keane getting the better of them, generally.
Just because he controls distance with his feet.
Yep.
That's it. There you go. Out of the way, back in, out of the way.
Yeah, Shafiq is very eager to punch, but he's not setting it up.
Yeah.
You see, he's stepping the southpaw, but he's not comfortable doing that, so he gets punished on the way out. Yeah, that kind of stuff is not gonna work. You see when he sort of just charges forward like that. See, yeah, that's not gonna work. You have to jab your way in.
That's a step back upper for me.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. You see, he'll charge in like this, he'll land a little bit, but because he's off balance after he finishes the charge, then he becomes super vulnerable. Yeah, he's not jabbing his way in. You see, he's kind of over swinging as well. I think he's sort of letting the tension and the pace get to him. Yeah, you see, he keeps chasing like this. Like, he lands sometimes, like Keane's defense is not perfect, but in general, this is not a great idea for Shafiq to be doing. I like to see him just, if you're in a bad rhythm now, restart, start with your jab, start to build off from there.
Establish it again. Something lead hand.
You see, Keane is the only one jabbing, so he's controlling. Good like body head combination from Keane. Lunging a little bit, but so far it's okay because of Shafiq's lack of balance, he cannot threaten Keane with a counter. I like to see Keane be a little bit more like Sean from the previous fight, where he can just punish him with a jab as the longer fighter who is controlling the distance.
Nice.
That was good.
Upstairs, downstairs.
Yeah, you see, Shafiq keeps like entering like that.
Yeah.
kind of just couldn't really get started. Yeah, I think Shafi needs to just calm down, go back to his basics.
But there's a quiet confidence about him though, you know?
Yeah, like he's kind of like...
He's up to something.
Yeah, he's not getting super shook, right? He's kind of trying. Oh, nice combination from Keane. I like that he pivoted up after he was done. I think Shafiq is looking to sort of roll or catch some of these shots and then counter.
Trying to do the Frazier.
Yeah, he's... That's the other thing, when he charges forward like this, right, then Keane, he leaves an escape door open for Keane to just pivot up.
Curious what he's up to.
Yeah, his body language seems like, you know, this is the kind of fight that he wants.
He's losing on the inside though.
Yeah. Although I will say, Keane seems to be punching because he has to rather than because he wants to. So the pressure is getting to him a little bit. The pressure from Shafiq there is.
Nice, there you go. That
step back uppercut.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got that Joe Frazier thing going on. It's like a gazelle left hook is coming at any time.
I'd like to see Keane sort of get his jab going also. Keane is very 0 to 100, 0 to 100. I'd like to see him operate at like 50-60% to sort of control the neutral portions of the fight. But he controls distance pretty well, but a lot of times it doesn't get used because he doesn't really have a jab. He sort of opens his combo with it, but he won't use it to control the fight. That was a good step back uppercut though. You see the rush in for Shafiq is really starting to be a problem for himself. See again, just dipping down like that.
What short right hook there, nice. Step back. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you see he'll get in, but then he'll get punched and then he'll go out. So I'm not sure what the plan is.
Yeah. Like I said, he's losing on the inside. He works so hard to get inside and then he loses the game, you know?
Yep. It's like once you go inside, what are you going to do? That was a glacial left hook. Kind of cuffed Keane a little bit. Good body attack from Keane.
Yeah.
Keane generally will go to the body when he throws combinations. That's one good. That's a good thing.
It is.
Yeah. Missed on that check hook, but it was a good idea to pivot out like that. Round 3. Keane in the red corner, Shafiq in the blue corner.
What's the plan, Shafiq? What's the plan? Show me the plan.
You see those two first exchanges? That's something. Should have kind of just kept doing that.
Push and go. Nice angle.
Good angle change from Keane. Oh. You see, these are super risky things for Shafiq to be doing. I'm really not sure what the plan is.
I can hear your frustration, man. It's like, why are you doing this? I think sometimes we commented so many bouts, right? That the frustration gets hit on one person. I told you, it's a different boxer actually.
Yeah, good straight right. This round's actually a bit more competitive finally. You see, that's what you don't want to do. Quite a few people have made this mistake today already, where you sort of stand in range with your guard up.
Yeah. I've always preached that, if I can touch you in the gloves or the elbow, I know my distance is shorted,
Yep.
Just a matter of time before I hit you. But if I miss...
Oh, that was a nice rear shot to the body.
Yeah. Upper.
Is Bruno not on duty today? No UFC fighters?
No.
Yeah, now Keane is resting, thinks he's a little bit tired. Shafiq really should be doing something. There's that weird sort of shift left straight, but you cannot just throw that in isolation. Maybe you throw a 1-2 and then you do that. It's like a very yeah, at this point he's just leaning forward and Keane is just punishing and moving. Better round for Shafiq as he goes. But still getting pretty loud in here, I can't really get myself. Alright, and we are going to take a quick 20-ish minutes break. We'll be right back, so see you guys here again, tell your friends, and me and Kyle will be right back with you.
Hi everyone, Ridwan here, the chosen one. We're going to be starting in about 3 minutes, but as we get ready, I'm going to quickly talk about the Legacy Women's Boxing Championships 2 event that's happening next Saturday at Anjung at Wisma Geylang Serai. So the Singapore Women's Development Team, most of them will be fighting boxers from Malaysia, from Indonesia. So it will be great to have all of you come down and support these ladies because it's going to mean a lot. So one ticket is $30. It's free for kids in the primary school level. How you get your tickets? You can go to download the Legends SG app, create an account, look for Legends Fight Sport. There will be Legends Fight Sport Tampines and Serangoon. Don't select that. Choose the one that says Legends Fight Sport. Select that. Go to store and then you look for Westlake Presents Legacy Women's Boxing Championship 2. It's going to be great because I will be there cornering these ladies together with Coach Kai. Leona Fairuz, part of the Singapore Boxing Federation and also part of Legends Fight Sport. We are doing the best we can to elevate the sport for women in Singapore, and I think this is a huge thing that we're trying to do, and it's only going to be successful if we have your support. So please do come down when you can. I'm going to be starting the fight in about a few minutes, so please be ready. Thank you. Alright, we have Brian back in the seat right now. We've just had a few pizzas, get a drink. Now we're going to be moving on to the next bout between Serena Chan from NUS Boxing, who also trains with Legends, and Fiona Lim from Evolve MMA. It's been quite a good turnout today. even though it's just sparring, as you can see, I mean, some of the sparring bouts are quite competitive, actually more competitive than some amateur boxing bouts. So,
Much more competitive than some pro boxing bouts.
wow, you gotta go there.
Hey man, I'm a customer. I pay for the ticket. If the product no good, I can complain.
Fair enough, fair enough. Any one of you watching, do you have anything to say about any of the fights? Any fights that were really interesting to you? What's that? Hi TCW, Kash. Okay, Kash is a coach at Legends Fight Sport and he is supposed to be focusing on his coaching course. He's doing his coaching course right now. SG level 1 boxing coach. So Kash, please pay attention to your course and don't be streaming this.
So Amali asks, can we skip to Sham versus Miguel? We cannot because there is a bunch of still really good fights upcoming and I'm sure everybody will want to see them as well.
Yeah, that's right. Sham is here. Sham has been here since 2 p.m. I think. So we're gonna be watching him go up the ring pretty soon anyway. Okay, the two ladies are stepping into the ring right now. We have Serena Chan again in the red corner from NUS Boxing, and also we have Fiona Lim from Evolve MMA in the blue corner. Serena Chan is actually about 42 kilos. Even though on paper it says 44, Fiona is supposedly 48 kilos. They are both under the 48 kilograms category. Now Coach Kai is going to be the referee and I'm going to be sitting down doing commentary with you guys. Let's get it on, round 1.
Alright, chat, let's look out for what style each lady is, what they want to do, how will they establish it. Really a nice right hand landed for Fiona in the early proceedings.
I'm expecting the Evolve lady to go forward and pressure.
Yep. So far it seems like everybody that's their style. Both seem to have the general idea down, but Fiona seems to be just a bit more committed to the combination. Yeah, I like the body head mix up also.
And just for everyone's information, Serena will also actually be fighting at the next Legacy, which is next Saturday. So this is like her warm-up bout.
Nice. Strong combination from Fiona.
I don't think it's anything that hurts that much, but because there was no reply and there was too many punches taken.
Yep.
In the amateur rule, that's normal. Serena can actually punch. She just needs to have the belief that she can.
Yeah.
Other than just swinging.
Yep. The range is a bit wrong for her, so she keeps hitting the inside of the glove. Like Fiona has her range down better because she's jabbing.
Nice right hook by Serena there, but she forgot about defense for a bit.
Yeah, forgot about the balance a bit also. She's sort of stepping back into square. Yep. I'd like to see her just establish her jab a little bit first, get a better sense of the distance, and then the combinations can come.
Yeah, I guess this is the difference between boxing for fitness and boxing for fighting. Boxing for fighting, you got to train like as if someone's going to hit you back.
Oh, big
right hand. Right hook, turn her head. Serena still looks uncomfortable there.
Yeah, Fiona is coming in very square. I like to see Serena dig to the body a little bit. Like just body jab to her solar plexus, sort of force the distance, create an obstacle in front of you and them so that you can establish your distance better.
Yeah, because I think there's no real threat, so Fiona just standing right there and just throwing a bunch of punches, hoping something lands.
Yep.
And most of it lands, most of the time.
Yeah. Like these exchanges are better for Fiona because she's the one more committed to the combination. I like that she's sort of like double jamming her way in also. Oh, nice. 2 to the body, 3 to the head, 2 to the head.
Serena needs to use her legs a bit more, I guess.
Yeah.
At least for a bit.
She's catching some punches on her guard and then she tries to reply, and when she tries to reply is when she gets hit. Bit of issue with the gloves there or something?
End of the round.
Oh, okay.
think Serena is a little bit in a shock.
Yeah, a bit shook up from like the intense onslaught. To be honest, that onslaught is not super formidable. Like there are plays to counter, but she has to find her distance, find her grounding. Serena does, that is.
Serena should have at least made Fiona work a little bit to reach her. Right now, Fiona just throws a punch at random, and Serena is there to get caught.
Yep. Yeah, Serena's more hesitant in these exchanges. Actually, I would advise her to shorten these exchanges. Just 1-1-2, then out again.
Yeah. Oh, her nose is
bleeding a little bit already.
I think that's what shook her also.
Yeah. Yeah, she's really just, can't get out of first gear. You see, these are not amazing punches by Fiona, but she's committing to the combination. Like before she punches, in her mind she's like, okay, I'm gonna throw 6 punches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no matter what happens.
Yeah, Serena's gun is not tight enough.
Yep. Like her hands are up, but it's not, she's not catching the shots. I like to see her sort of just, use.
I think the fight's gonna be stopped.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're just sparring. I think the real goal is for Serena is next week. For a fight at Legacy Women's Boxing Championship 2 next Saturday at Anjung at Wisma Geylang Serai. The first bout is at 3 p.m. She will be fighting another local girl, so it'll be interesting. Move on to the next fight. Hamza from Corrales Boxing School in the red corner, and Weijing from Ringside Fitness in the blue corner.
For the purpose of this bout, I'm just gonna say Weijing. Red corner, Muhammad Hamza from Corrales Boxing School. Blue corner, Weijing from Ringside Fitness, where I work actually.
Wow.
Although I don't believe I've seen him before.
Any interesting comments from you guys, please leave behind. So if you've got any questions that we can address and answer. Do keep me entertained. Okay, we're just waiting for Hamza from Corrales Boxing School to step into the ring right now. I think Hamza trains with the youth development team, if I get the right Hamza. Oh, yep, I'm right. So this Hamza trains with the Singapore youth team. Yeah, that's pretty loud.
Alright. Once again, red corner Muhammad Hamza from Corrales Boxing School, and blue corner Weijing from Ringside Fitness.
Yep.
Right. Once again, I invite you guys to see, okay, what kind of style each person is like. Do they like to punch first? Do they like to move backwards? Do they punch in combination? Like, which side do they favor? What sort of defensive reactions do they default to when they're under pressure? What sort of pace is comfortable for each fighter? Chat asks, what does TCW stand for? Want to say?
The chosen woman. The chosen woman. The chosen one.
wide stance and probing, wide stance and committed jabs from Weijing.
I think Weijing understands that he needs to be close to be effective.
Yeah, well, he's really winging with those shots, like firing from the hip.
Oh, he looks angry.
Yeah, can't keep up that pace for too long though. So let's see what happens with that.
Hamza starting to acclimatize his footwork.
Yeah, just needs to get ready, be aware of where he is in the ring, not get pushed up against the ropes or in the corner. I want to see him get his jab going, especially when Weijing sort of comes in like this.
I think he got hurt in the body there a little bit.
Even the shots he's catching, I think it's like sort of shaking him up a little bit. Weijing is coming in very square though. I like to see like body jabs or maybe jab uppercuts from Hamza. Also a bit more ring awareness. He's near to the ropes now. You don't want to be trapped there and then let Weijing like swing that flurry again. Like now it's happening. See? Against a guy like that, you want to keep sticking your jab in him. Keep an obstacle there. Give him to the body a little bit. Slow the attack down. What you don't want to do is be caught against the ropes like this where he can just wail away at you for free. You can catch 4 shots, the 5th one probably will land. That's the way that he should be doing it. This is not the way he should be doing it.
No, he's not ready to throw the jab. His feet is not in position.
Yep.
He's busy running away rather than putting himself in a better position to counter. That's a good uppercut though, at least.
Yep.
Catching Weijing coming in. Nice long right hand again because it worked.
That's what you should be doing. Just jab at his gut. Establish the distance. The distance will not automatically be there. You have to set it, you have to find it, and then you have to enforce it. In fact, I like to see him sort of come forward a little bit also. Use his reach as the pressure weapon. See, because he's too focused in running, he sort of gets back into the corner again. Sometimes it's almost like, he covers up in anticipation of getting hit. Like he accepts that Weijing will be the one to start the combo. That's what he should be doing. There's more of those. Pot shot move.
Yeah, try not to break the base. Stance. He keeps putting his feet together as he moves back. Like there. What do you think? Who got the first round? If this is
you. How is the crowd now there, sir? Pretty good. We're almost a full house here. I want to say just a quick shout out to everybody for supporting, both by buying tickets and coming down, and also for watching with us in the live stream. Amiru says you guys should have been the commentator for the previous fight between Sham and Jufri. Thank you. I agree. And here we go. I'm noticing something pretty interesting. Weijing's feet, like you see when he stands in neutral, they are very, they point outwards rather than forward. So because of this and the way his knees are aligned, that's why he favors throwing hooks rather than straight punches a lot. That we are way better from Hamza. This is how you must establish. And you see, it's already spoiling Weijing's game. Stop. Good right hand and then pivot out. Needs to keep doing that. Again, see? Excellent.
Yeah, Weijing is getting stuck into Hamza's freedom right now.
Yep.
Hamza just got a little bit careless there. He got a bit too complacent. I would advise him to go for the second attack after he misses or land a good punch.
Oh, good uppercut caught him going in. Just he didn't pay attention to his defense after that. You see, the thing about Weijing is that when he enters, he doesn't jab his way into range. So a lot, like, he has to spend a lot of energy to sort of burst in with that lead hook. Pretty good from Hamza now, like with his shot selection, everything being set up off the jab. He has to be insistent with the jab. See, when you're caught against the ropes and you need to circle out like this, that's when you're vulnerable to lateral punches, like the lead hook.
Yeah, hopefully he tries to add the skill of punching while he's exiting.
Nice. No, that was not low.
Yeah, that wasn't low.
Hamza doing a good job of finding his rhythm now, but the ring craft still needs work. He's getting caught against the ropes like of his own volition a bit too often. But smart shot selection, like he's looping punches around the guard also. Has to be very insistent with that jab.
Needs to watch some Eric Morales videos.
Oh yeah. One of the tricks to one of the ways that you should establish your jab in a situation like this against an on-rushing fighter is to actually drop your weight downwards when you are jabbing. This puts your body weight behind the shot. Kind of getting careless over there.
Oh, just falling down with the punch.
Yeah. You see, when he moves forward, he has a lot of success.
Wait, I was confused who got counted.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, right back to it. So says Weijing Kanchong, yes, a little bit. The thing is that he seems kanchong because, right, he doesn't have an offensive weapon to get into range. If you don't jab your way in, if you don't level change your way in, you have to leap in with those punches. So the thing is, you want to close the distance safely first, and then you can go to work. If you don't do that, you're gonna get caught on the way in. But his sheer athleticism is sort of just carrying him in, and also the few moments at distance when Hamza is a bit careless, like accepting a brawl like this is not what Hamza should be doing. What he needs to do is just jab, and then right hand, jab, and then left hook. Just keep the jab over there. Even if none of them land, they serve as an obstacle. It forces the distance to be at a range where the taller fighter can punch and the shorter fighter cannot. See now, Weijing actually looks really tired in the corner because he's been spending so much energy bursting into range with those big hooks. So that's why you don't want to fight like that. You want to make sure you have enough energy to expend for the whole 3 rounds. Final round, I think it's probably one round apiece. But in terms of the ebb and flow of the fight, it's now more and more looking like Hamza's preferred distance and pace.
Oh, I like the jab to the body. I think it's a very underrated punch. The jab to the body sets up for the overhand uppercuts, especially against a tall guy like Hamza.
Yes.
Oh, the sudden burst in
nice.
that kept Hamza very edgy,
Yep. Oh, really selling out on that punch there. Pretty good from Hamza, but you see, he gets caught. When they're fencing at distance, he's the better fighter because of his jab. But when he gets caught against the ropes and he has to escape sideways, then he gets caught.
Yeah, right now Hamza is moving not because he wants to move, it's because he's forced to move. So that's the difference. So there's no control there.
Again, needs to jab, needs to stop moving, getting forced backwards like this. Jab, and then the next things come. Oh!
One more count.
So you notice what was happening? Hamza actually was like, while he was jabbing, he was circling to his right because the ropes were behind him. So it's easy for Weijing to aim an overhand over there. That's why ring craft is important. You must be aware of it.
Oh, that's a big shot there.
Hamza cannot be too eager to get it back because he will stand at the correct range for Weijing. Pretty good combinations actually, but this is not his distance, this is not his fight. Now that he's caught against it, can't get caught against the ropes, I guess. Needs to keep jabbing, keep the fight here.
Yeah, but the jabbing isn't like enough to keep Whistle away. It's more like jabbing just to survive.
Fill the space. Like he's not.
There's no stinging jab to keep Whistle thinking about the jab in case it lands.
Needs to sit down on the jab a little bit, like really drop the weight on the front foot, like the Jack Dempsey jolt kind of thing.
A little bit more snap in the punches would be great. Like, pop, 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 bam, bam, bam. The rhythm when he punches is very predictable for Hamza.
Yep. You shouldn't be pushing a door open. You should be trying to catch a piece of paper.
Gotta catch dry leaves. Hajime no Ippo style. It's coming to the end of the round now.
He's not punishing the swings also when he leans back and sees him coming.
Hamza left his chin up in the air.
Yeah.
Thank goodness he wasn't caught.
As Varil says, Hajime no Ippo, yes. Very good manga and anime, very cool, very well researched. Unfortunately, it got a little bit long towards the later seasons.
Got a bit too draggy after a while.
Yeah. I think I stopped watching when what's his name wore the panda suit out. And he cocked up because he didn't know that the back of a panda also had black and white. Okay, up next we have in the red corner Kauros from Spartans Bukit Timah, and in the blue corner Andre Corrales from Spartans Jurong West. Like Diego Corrales.
This is supposedly a good fight. I mean, Andre Corrales have been asking a lot for a fight. They're gonna get a fight, so they get this competitive spar first.
Kauros in the colourful shirt.
Yeah, he won the best boxer award at the Sarawak boxing tournament for the youth category of 57 kilos. Or 54 kilos.
Bit of loose tape hanging from Corrales' right glove.
What's hanging?
Yeah, there's a bit of a loose.
Oh, loose end. It's your OCD talking.
Kauros trying to look to establish a jab against a shorter fighter. First time chat. Which bout is Sham Rahman's fight? Kano Seeker asks. It's coming soon. Two more bouts after this. Kauros can stand to be a little bit more active. He kind of got his jab going and he stopped.
Yeah, just being a bit too careful.
That was nice. Jab, jab, and then up hook. What Corrales needs to do is jab his way in. If not, right, while closing the distance, that's when he's vulnerable for stuff like this.
Yeah, he just gets into striking range without doing anything.
Yeah, basically, he's entering while doing nothing. You need to enter behind something. You can level change, you can jab, you can feint. But if you just walk in, somebody's going to punch you. I like Kauros' awareness of where he is in the ring as well, not getting pushed up against the ropes like Hamza was just now. Seeing the loose string on the glove.
I think Kauros is fighting in more mature style right now.
Yes, I like the ring awareness, the ring craft, and also he's sitting down his jabs the way Hamza should have been.
I remember the times when we were in Sarawak, I was nagging at him a lot. Felt like an old guy.
You are an old guy.
I am an old guy.
Jackie asks, how long is each round? It's 3 3-minute rounds, so we call them 3 3s. And wow, 21 bouts, yes, and sometimes there's even more. Lots of fights always at Legends Sparring Invitational, very good event.
We usually try to go for 30 bouts.
Very nice jab. Took his head off center line also. See, caught him with a left hook on the way in also. I'm quite liking this performance from Kauros actually.
Andre is a bull right now. He needs to get in, find a way in, bully Kauros on the inside.
Yeah. I like to see Andre enter with a jab to the body, stuff like that. Then he can throw his overhand.
Yeah. Andre can start first, go for the second attack.
In this kind of exchanges, you always assume the first attack is not going to work. Its purpose is to just get you in there.
Or punch together with Kauros' jab.
Yeah. His stance is very wide. It makes it hard for him to cover significant distance like that.
Oh, it's such a hot fight.
Corrales wants to keep Corrales at the end of his jab. Corrales wants to get in and throw combinations. Good stiff jabs from Corrales. I like to see him mix up the rhythm a little bit also.
The only thing I think Andrew can capitalize on is when Corrales misses, he will bend his body to the right a little bit. That's his go-to defense when he gets caught.
You see, Corrales is throwing like a naked overhand, but because he can't close the distance in time, so it just kind of whiffs a little bit.
He needs to work behind the jab a little bit.
Basically, whatever you want to throw, put 2 jabs in front first.
And don't show that you want to punch. Just go with the flow. Let it come.
Nice right hand from Corrales. See what I like this? This is not where Corrales want to be.
Yeah, he needs to make this a fine fight.
Really trying to sell out that left hook now. Just like, the pretty good left hook of his namesake, Diego Corrales. I'm kidding, that's not his namesake, just the same surname. I think a bit something loose on Corrales' gloves as well. This is what Corrales should be doing. After you land, just move out already. I want to see him mix up his jab timing a little bit also, put a feint behind it. Or cut an angle and while the person's turning to face you, then you jab. Corrales getting touched up a little bit, but good replies, good instincts. So we got to tie the gloves again. Jackie says, I went to Mayweather's gym a few months ago, took a sneak peek in their training. It's really next level. Interestingly enough, everyone here spent a bit of time there as well. The Mayweather gym.
Oh, really, Jackie? Do you get to train? I mean, it's not really. I don't know. In my opinion, it's just a bunch of different coaches from the area who goes there and train their fighters. So
I think how good it is also depends on who happens to be there at the current time.
Yeah, correct. You get high-level sparring though, at least.
Obviously, Scrub asked what are the age ranges of development boxers?
Development boxers are more to 19 years old. 19 years old onwards. 19 to 22, I think. I would say.
Nice, leaping left hook from Corrales, but that's really tiring and it's not super reliable. He needs an entrance weapon. That's what he needs. Good left hook to the body.
He throws powerful shots on the inside, but he needs to find a way to get inside.
Yep.
He's just hoping for Corrales to stop, then he want to throw. Corrales needs to stop complaining. It's a fight at the end of the day.
Corrales needs to just go back. See, good feint, but you have to build off those feints. You feint, you jab, then you start building up a lead, and then before you know it, 30 seconds have passed, only you have landed. Kano Seeker says, I want to see Sham square body Raman fight. Jackie says he saw Coach Larry Wade and Bado Jack there when he was at the Mayweather gym, I reckon.
Yeah, Bado Jack, if he's not in Dubai, he will be in Vegas in the Mayweather's gym. There was once I thought we were running at these mountains called Shenandoah Mountains. It was like a 5-6 a.m. I think we were the first few, and I was proud that I was going to be the first. And then halfway up, I saw Bado Jack running down the mountain already. So he was there before me. A lot of waiting for their turns to punch, like taking turns to punch.
Yep. Nice left hook.
Cheeky left hook inside.
Again. This before, because he keeps firing it from the hip, Corrales drops his right hand before he throws overhand. That's when Corrales can come in with a short left hook. See, it happens again. This is the kind of rhythm you should be establishing and forcing. You see, because he doesn't have an entrance weapon, that's why there's a split second of telegraph before Corrales enters. It is a much better performance from Carlos than when I last saw him. I think it was at one of the national, like the Coach Kade fundraising event.
Oh yeah. And this is just a good example. If when you lose, you either get better or you get better. I can see that Carlos was quite motivated, quite inspired to improve. So that's the quality of a true champion.
Corrales is standing very square, that's why the shot is there. Managed to catch him with a short left hook, but because it's at the edge of his range, then there's not a lot of power behind it. Couple of questions for TCW. Somebody asked, who did you train with when you were in Vegas?
I was training with Otis Pimpleton.
And next one, somebody asked, what is one's record? Pro record, what was it?
I can't remember. I think 15-2 is it? I think 15-2, 16-2, somewhere there.
Yeah. And the second loss, disputable.
Oh, nice left hook by Andre Corrales there.
Yeah.
He stops. After he lands a big shot, he stops.
Yeah. It's kind of like a bit pleased with his handiwork. Carlos missed an opportunity to punish him there. Kind of caught him off balance. I like that shift from Carlos, but it was at the wrong distance. Could have gotten punished for it.
I think Carlos' corner is shouting for Carlos to fire at the distance.
Probably a good idea.
Also telling him not to put his hands too low to protect from Andre Corrales leaping left hooks.
A bit over eager to punch with that one. This round 3 seems like a different fight from the first 2 rounds. Yeah, that's correct. Carlos was spending a bit too much time exchanging, in my opinion. But overall he got the better of this. I'm quite happy with this performance, I would say. Shiraz Aman asks, how do I improve my cardio? I think there's a very obvious answer to that, which is to go and run a lot.
Sprints. Yeah, I would recommend a lot of sprints. Not a lot, not like every day, but like at least 2 to 3 times a week. And I've always believed in if you want to be boxing fit, you have to do a lot more boxing rather than just running, because you're not trying to be a runner. So I would recommend you go hard on the backs for like 30 seconds, 50 seconds you go slow, then 30 seconds again high pace, then 15 seconds slow. So you got to get used to your body, the heart rate going up and down.
One other thing I would add to that is that cardio is about building up your reserve by doing all of that, but it's also about spending it wisely when you're actually in a fight. What you don't want to do is blow out everything in the first few minutes and then you have nothing left.
And that means you got to spar.
Somebody says to improve, join Legends. That is absolutely correct. Right now, in fact, we are running a promo where if you sign up now, we will only start your membership at next year. So basically, the day you sign up, the day you sign up, any time from now to the end of this year, you essentially train for free and only start paying next year. Once again, everyone, we are watching Legends Sparring Invitational 8 happening at Legends Fight Sport Tampines. So up next, we have 2 more bouts. Up next, in the red corner, we have Junhao from the Farouk Brothers Boxing Academy. And in the blue corner, we have Muhammad Ilyas from Corrales Boxing School. Once again, red corner, Junhao. Blue corner, Muhammad Ilyas. So you don't ask when is Sham Rahman? It's right after this. Hold on, guys. Alright, in what feels like the 10th Southpaw Orthodox matchup. Ilyas in Southpaw, Junhao Orthodox. Nice short, sneaky left lead hook from Muhammad Ilyas over the top. So far, it seems the more seems to have the slightly more educated lead hand. Oh, kind of caught in the jab away. Good, like balanced combination punching from Junhao.
Junhao really fights like someone. Very similar style. He's smart though. With his footwork, handling a southpaw guy and he left.
Again, got caught with that sort of sneaky left hook over the top. Right hook.
I think Ilyas got a bit too impatient, got a bit too greedy on the inside.
Yep. Good shot right hand though. I like Junhao sort of like chaining the hip movement together with the offense.
Not bad for a 17-year-old guy.
Yeah. He looks like a big boy also. Bout contested at supposedly 67 kg. Jackie asks, what do you all think is lacking in Singapore boxing scene? That's a question for another time because it's a long story.
Yeah, anyway, I think the Singapore boxing scene is coming up. It's picking up, so a lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work is showing results. So
yeah, in fact, purely results-wise, things are definitely getting a lot better in a short time. I think the quality of boxing is certainly improving, and we're getting to see at least some of it here. Quite good combination punching from Junhao. He's not falling over his feet when he does it, or when he needs to shift into a right hand. That's still keeps his balance. I think Ilyas is just struggling to sort of find a proper range and he's comfortable with.
I think he's not comfortable with having a taller guy coming in.
You see, kind of just shelling up. He needs to start getting respect back.
It's becoming too passive. Putting the high guard up is okay, but when you get too passive with the high guard, I think that's when trouble starts to come. It's like telling your opponent, I don't know what to do, so I'm just gonna cover up and let you beat me up a little bit. Oh man, just right on the bell.
Yep. Amri69 asks, which is harder to learn, MMA or boxing? Well, think of it as water polo versus swimming.
Haha, true.
In general, I think Junhao is just a more active, confident puncher. Ilyas needs to find his own confidence. Stop being so passive. He had a couple of good shots at the start, but I think he sort of like accepted the passive position as the round wore on. Oh, nice. 2 to the body, lead hook, and then 2 to the head from Ilyas. It's a bit front foot heavy though. Sort of keeps putting his head forward. he's basically just less comfortable in the pocket, even when he does block a shot. One of the other things you notice also, right, is that Junhao is jabbing and Ilyas is not. So that's why he can set up his combinations. Ilyas is sort of punching after the fact. After he gets hit, then he feels like he needs to swing back.
Ilyas seems like he's being sort of forced to run.
Yeah, he's accepting the back foot position. You see, he can't just staying here and shutting up.
He's being too overwhelmed with a lot of combination punches.
Yeah. Yeah, he really shouldn't be spending time doing that. He needs to just find his rhythm, find his range again. When you're in a situation like this, guys, just make sure your feet are super balanced under you, that you're not falling over, and then just punch. If you're too far away, step in and punch someone. Oh, nice right hand from Junhao. M. Shiraz asks, is there a specific place to start my first amateur fight? Well, you could sign up for the Invitational. We have it every 2 months. Speak to your coach about it, and we'll matchmake you the best we can as we've done today. You see, Chungyao's entrances are quite unpredictable. So when Ilyas does try to time a counter, he's having some success with that. Just needs to have more confidence in it. So you see, whenever he starts eating combinations like this, he becomes just passive and just accepts the position.
I can see the fatigue setting in for Ilyas.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Being forced on the back foot, taking a lot of punches, even though it's on the glove, forearm, elbow, it's quite a lot to take.
Yep. You know what's better than blocking a punch? Not needing to block a punch.
Yeah. Positioning with your feet. I always tell my students, it's like playing catching. You know at what range or what distance the person can touch you.
Yep.
It's just the same, just that this time you got somebody punching you in the face. Third and final round.
So far, Ilyas just seems like he can't get out of gear 1.
Junhao is moving his head on the inside, moving his head trying to go in, moving his head going on the way back. So his head is always not in the same place.
Yep. That's the thing about head movement. A lot of people think of head movement and you think of somebody trying to punch you while they keep missing. When actually, head movement can be proactive as well. Like before anybody throws a punch, you just move it around so that it's not always in the same place. It's harder for people to aim. Oh, Ilyas seems he's found a bit of a substitution trying really hard now.
Did he say that he got Junhao in danger or what?
Yeah. No, I think Ilyas sort of just found his second win and he's just really trying for going all out on the last round.
Going back to being passive again.
Yeah. Found that second win and lost it. Amri88 asks, would you compete in pro boxing again?
I don't know. I don't think so. Never say never, but I don't think so.
Ilyas looks really tired, but he want to put his hands on his knees.
He's panting, he's trying to get as much air in.
No, you're gonna A-count. Jackie 33 says, I think Ilyas should punch with Junhao's jab. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Especially since, you know, the same type of combination keeps coming, the same type of rhythm, same type of distance.
Oh man, Ilyas hit really snapped back.
Yeah, you see, he cannot just stay here and accept that he's gonna get hit. Like, if you stop trying to win, then you should stop fighting already.
Ilyas nodded because he wants more. He's not going to give in yet. He's not going to throw in the towel. The last 10 seconds, at least he can say that he finished the fight. Finish the fight on his feet. Ooh. Beautiful boxing from both youngsters.
Yep. And we are back for the final bout of the Legends Sparring Invitational 8 edition happening at Legends Fight Sport Tampines. Just to remind you again, we're running a promo now. Sign up anytime this year and train for free until next year. Alright, now in the red corner we have Sham from Legends Fight Sport, and in the blue corner we have Miguel from Corrales Boxing School. Contested at 90 kg. Looks like Sham will have the height and reach advantage. But again, like we mentioned, like we always mention on the show, a height and reach advantage is not necessarily always a good thing. It depends on how you use your stature. All right. One coming in hot. Sham trying to keep him at the edge of his jab. I like that Sham is using his his leg pressure.
The footwork first line of defense.
Yep.
You want to see whether this guy is like a Eddie Ruiz Jr. kind of style, explosive or not. Beautiful jab from Sham.
Yep. Sort of like feints with the right hand a little bit and then spears it in the middle. Good control of distance, also not overreaching with that jab.
Very sharp one too.
One cannot just hang out at the edge of Sham's range. Either be outside of it or inside of it, but not right there. So I would advise him to sort of just double jab, change levels, get inside. Pretty good from Sham. Long right to the body, then long right to the head. All set up by the jab. Once again, right, like one doesn't really have like a entry weapon, entry weapon, meaning when you enter, you got to be behind a jab, got to be behind a feint, got to be behind something. You just walk. If you just walk into the taller fighter's range, he will punish you.
Sham is just very comfortable with this pace, this rhythm.
Yeah.
There's no surprises from the red corner, one Miguel. From the blue corner, one Miguel.
Basically, it's Sham's rhythm. Good to sort of like hook off that jab. Improving quite nicely since he started training Sham. Yep, you see whenever one Miguel tries to come in, it's very obvious, so Sham can step back. Very nice, like a 1-1-2. Yep.
Yeah, I thought so. It looks a bit more like a slap.
Yep, second standing eight count. One Miguel is just not, sure of what to do. I think he's kind of punching as a reaction. I like to see him just sort of get, try and force his own way. Like just catch some of Sham's shots. Chat says Sham needs a better opponent. Well, we'll see what Miguel has in the second round.
Just step up, guys, slowly. You're not here to try to throw anybody to the wolves. Even though Sham is sort of like a wolf, a lone wolf. So we've got big plans for Sham in 2023, so keep on following him, keep on following legends. We've got some big announcements to make.
Jab to the body, jab to the head, right hand. You see Sham is sort of just free to set up because Miguel is not giving him anything to work with.
I like how Sham sneakily tries to get to his opponent when the opponent is rushing forward. A bit overbalanced with the back foot, especially when he throws across.
Yep.
He falls forward against somebody who's sharp. It's going to be very dangerous.
That's pretty good, like 1-1-2. Basically, Sham is free, just like in some of the earlier fights, right? Because Sham is the only one jabbing, so he's free to set up whatever he wants. I would like to see one Miguel just try and jab some. Like, don't wait for Sham to punch you and then you try and punch back. Just start first, jab your way in.
You can throw the cross to the body at the same time when Sham chooses to jab to the head.
Kind of feels like he just doesn't have ideas.
He can't get through Sham's jab.
Yep.
The jab and the hooks from Sham forces Juan Miguel to cover up, and that's all he's got to do, cover up.
Yeah, you see, he kind of just staying here and not punching.
He's just tumbling forward right now. He needs to have a bit more balance. Jab going in. Yeah. Sham showing some defense there. Defensive awareness. It's not really accurate with that hook.
Yeah, but you see, even when the jab doesn't land, it does its job of establishing the distance, creating the obstacle that Juan Miguel cannot go through. Pretty good idea to do that. Sham whiffing on the right hook. You see, Juan Miguel cannot do this. Hang out in the range where he cannot touch Sham, but Sham can touch him.
Oh, those flicker jabs are annoying.
Yeah. Sham kind of lost his balance over there a little bit, but you see it didn't matter because Miguel wasn't able to make him pay for it.
Sham likes to get too carried away sometimes. I think Juan Miguel might have high head enough. We'll see where it's gonna come up for the third round.
Alright. Final bout of Legends Sparring Invitational 8th edition. Sham in the red corner and Juan Miguel in the blue corner. See if Miguel can get past Sham's jab. Because of the presence of the jab, Sham is basically allowed to set up whatever he wants. I like to see Sham like sort of sit down on those jabs a little bit more, make them more damaging. Since they can basically land at will, then make them count even more. Oh, might get standing A counted there again. Yeah, you see,
the best chance for Juan Miguel to have something to work is to just go forward and punch.
Yep. If you are not sure what your distance is, then just collapse the distance. But you see, one doesn't even know what the distance is, because there are times when Sham will sort of get careless and step into his range, and Juan Miguel will still do nothing.
He's just too tired right now. It's not really the boxing, but it's just the crowd is being great. That's the thing about Legends Sparring Invitation that I love. The crowd will always support the boxer no matter which gym they're from. Very supportive here.
Then you see at distances like that, that's when one should be working.
Once again, Sham gun overbalanced with the right hand punch.
Yep.
Stop fight. I think Juan Miguel has had enough.
Alright. And referee Kai stops the bout. That is pretty much it for Legends Sparring Invitational 8. So thanks everyone for tuning in again. And once again, just to remind you guys of our current promo. So basically, sign up anytime this year and train for free until next year when your membership actually starts. So if you buy 6 months, it's Jan to June. In between, for the rest of November and December, train for free.
Okay, before we end, I just want to quickly talk about the Legacy WBC 2, which is happening next Saturday, 26 November at Anjung at Wisma Geylang Serai. The tickets are $30. Most of the women who's representing Singapore on the Singapore Women's Development Team will be going against boxers from Malaysia and Indonesia. I think it would be great to have you there at the event live to watch them and support them and lend them your voices. So to get tickets, you can go and download our Legends SG app, search for Legends Fight Sport. So we click on that, register an account, go to store and select Westlake Presents Legacy Women's Boxing Championship 2. It's only $30 per ticket, but it goes a long way. We want to improve the event with every event, so this is a good step for us to test our ladies and to get them prepared for more tougher challenges and bigger tournaments that are to come. So thank you guys for watching Legends Sparring Invitational. I think I will announce again when we're going to start for the next Legends Sparring Invitational 9 in 2023, and we're going to be doing a lot of events. Legacy Women's Boxing Championships 2 next Saturday, and Legends Boxing Series 1, which we will talk more about it in upcoming posts on our Instagram, Legends Fight Sport, or TikTok or Facebook. So do check us out. Thank you guys. Peace out. Hands up.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여긴 나의 area, 여긴 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on. Drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting cups. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 문의원. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 짧은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fending snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, don't cash flow.